Well, hello everybody! How you doing today? You having a good time? Are you having a fun time? 'Cause we're gonna have a good fun time today. A good fun time today. Ba-doom, bump, bump. Excited for my beautiful son, Colonel Clackers. How old are you that your son is already a colonel? Hello, Lensban and Kumi and Higradivivida. Let's see. I forgot to get music. I always forget on these like learning streams. I have to provide my own music because the program I'm on doesn't have any background music. 1 second. Give me a moment. I'm pretty sure I got something here. This might be loud. A little bit. Where's my stream music list? There we go. How's that, Chad? Is that too loud? Is it not too loud enough? It was the last month they were eligible for nominations until Radiant Typhoon. Yeah, there's no rules about nominations anymore. We're just doing whatever. Oh, I have my music turned up really loud. Okay, let's try that. For the people watching on YouTube, today's weather, we did Midlife Crisis by Faith No More. And What's Up by 4 Non-Blondes. Love to see a one-hit wonderland on them. I've always been curious about them, but not curious enough to actually do research on my own. How many different versions are there of Speedroids? I don't think there are any. There's like a couple tech cards that are different. Like you can throw in other stuff, but the core is like 25 cards that are pretty much all the same. I sent a screenshot in the influencer of influencers chat. Here is my ranked setup. Yeah. That seems to be about what I've seen, just different ratios. Interesting. Ranked setup. Yeah, you have one Maxi and no other hand traps. It's just all Speedroids. We're letting it ride north, yeah. And at least this month we're basically. I had mentioned before there are many Speedroid cars and most of them are bad. It's all gas. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Since the new support got realized, you basically only play one version of the deck. Yeah. So this is going to be our first attempt to, like, rather than define Jankmas to a specific time of year, is a deck a Jankmas deck, or is it a main account deck? And Speedroids is a Jankmas deck. Sorry to people who really think that Speedroids can make it to, like, Master 1. We're gonna be doing it on the Jankmas account this I keep wanting to say this month. Really benefits from Small World. Who and Droll are both win. Ah, I see. Yeah, because here's the thing, at least from my preliminary research. They get hit by one Ash and die, right? I don't know. All I know is, like, I very quickly looked up a bunch of deck profiles, both on YGO Pro org and on YouTube, and they're all roughly the same. Some of them are playing, like, Cash Tiras, some of them are playing, like, Gustos as extenders. There's a couple of people like, it's a Gusto deck, and you look at it, and yeah, it can do the Gusto OTK, which is neat and everything, but it does so by getting rid of all the hand traps and putting Gustos in instead of those. So it's like two decks kind of slammed together. I'm like, that is not going to work in Diamond. Maybe Diamond 5 it'll get like a couple, but that we're not going to be able to do that. We should rename the Jankmas account then, shouldn't we? No, it's fine. Jankmas is a, Jankmas is a state of mind. A state of heart. That Speedroids finally did, they did. But yeah, my point is, there's not a whole lot of flexibility in what you could do. If I went in on the main account and I started in Diamond, all I could do was shuffle around hand traps and tech cards. There's not a lot of variety. There's not a lot of stuff I can test out. There's no way to make the deck better. You can't include, like, Mitsurugi. You can't include K9. You can't include Yummy. You can't include Fiendsmith or Snake Eyes. No modern engine is compatible with Speedroids. Because they have a wind lock. Most of them, and it's just a huge wind lock, and there's really no good wind engines. They're like fun little toys. So the only way that we're going to be able to do anything unique this month is by starting down in a lower rank and playing like that. That's the only chance we have to play like a pure version of it. We'll be in bronze, so we'll have a chance to go through bronze and silver with like pure Speedroid. Then we can add in more hand traps as we go up into gold and platinum. And then what was it? The thing I was considering is if it does seem to be working surprisingly well, like maybe I get surprised and this deck is actually like really good somehow. Or maybe we get Radiant Typhoon stuff. I looked at what I have on the main account, and the big thing about it, I wonder if there's a way to sort by... No. They don't have the... Here, actually, let's just open up. Sorry, Bastard Duel. We'll get Mastered Duel out here. I guess there's Wind Witch. Yeah, and Wind Witch is way outdated. Cash Unicorn is a surprising Speedroid. Hey, day 10, 100 gems. So, real quick, I did build like a beta version of the deck. The one really great thing about it, chat, is there are no main deck Speedroid URs. There's a bunch of SRs, but I have so many goddamn SR points that this ain't shit. This ain't nothing to me, man. I could put 3 Scratch, I could put 3 Wheel, 3 Clackers, 3 Speedroid Synchron. We're good. The only URs are in the extra deck, and I already have Chambara, I already have Clearwing, Crystal Wing, Crystal Clearwing, Baronne de Fleur, High Speedroid, Auroradon. So if I built this on main, the only things I would need to craft is a Clearwing Fast Dragon and Crystal Clearwing over Synchron Dragon. And honestly, I might be able to skip this one, because I don't know if this actually gets made a whole lot, or if it's just a, sometimes you want it. Symphonic Speedroids are an option, I guess. I wish they had a normal Rhoda that didn't require you to roll dice or have your opponent randomly choose. The Clearwing is good for the bike, yeah. But my point is, what I could potentially do, if the things go well, is make the deck on the Jankmas account, ride it on Jankmas from silver up through platinum, and then once I get into diamond, swap over to the main account where I have a lot more tech cards, and if Radiant Typhoon's in the new pack, I can open up the new pack, get some stuff potentially for next month, and then throw in the Radiant Typhoons because they're a wind engine. Or like even just go up, like if we end up speed running through platinum, like it works really, really well, then we could switch over here and be like, okay, so you've seen pure Speedroids with the Jankmas staples we have. Let's use the main account to then deck out all the hand traps that I have here. The hand traps, and also we can play we can play Dominus Purge, Dark Water and Fire. Yeah, unfortunately this includes Wind. It sucks because, like, this isn't even, like, a good Dominus card. This is just Ash Blossom, but worse. Are the Cool Tunes wins? I don't know. Purge is good. Purge is trash. The duality of man. Let's real quick. Cool. Fire, light, dark, wind, light, dark, light, dark, 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 light. No. Cool tunes are not wind. There's one. Is it worth without Song of the Dominators? I don't know. I'd have to learn the deck. Don't you mostly have hand traps on the Jankmas account by now? No. The Jankmas account has 2 copies of Imperm. I still don't think it has Max C on it. And then it has like 1 Ash, 1 Droll. I think we have 2 Veilers now. So the whole thing with the Jankmas account is I don't really want to build all these hand traps. I don't think I have the money to do so. But I could probably build Speedroids, get all the URs I need for that. And then just keep what we got. We have 1 copy of Maxi, okay. The Maxi bundle. There isn't a Maxi bundle. Have you done all the solo stuff in the Jankmas account? No, not yet. Isn't there a hand trap pack out right now? Yeah, but I'm gonna need to buy... here, actually, let's go ahead. Let me switch my Steam over. Let's see what we have on the Jankmas account. What's the idea behind the Jankmas account? So the idea behind the Jankmas account was that we had an account that we would only play once every several months, and because of that, we would, it would have time to decay down into like bronze or silver or whatever. So that if we had a deck that we didn't want to play in diamond, we would be back, we would have one that was like back down in bronze, you know? We have one down in bronze, and also, what was it? Since we're one of the ethical problems with playing on an account like this is that we're smurfing. It's called. I got a free Dark Magician. Yay. Did I already open the thing here? Yeah. We're smurfing, right? we're a high-level player down in low-level ranks. And though we are playing a bad deck, in this case Speedroids, we want to maintain, like, we don't want to go in with a full power, best it could possibly be Speedroid deck, because the people we're playing against aren't as experienced and they don't have as good of decks. So at least when we start, the rule is until we get to gold, the only hand traps we're allowed to play are the ones that are in the bundles. The stuff that you can, like, every player should have access to. Like, you can open up a bundle and get, like, a free Imperm, a free Solemn Judgment, a free Forbidden Droplet. Oh, it needs to be the other triple tack. There we go. Oh, I already have one. Triple tack. Actually, this isn't part of that. It's the other one, Ghost Spell, right? A lot of Shining Dragons. Yeah, we got one Ash, one Effect Veiler. I feel like I'm missing one, chat. One Nibiru. I could just sort by UR, sort by order obtained. You just put like a Raigeki in there. Yeah, because I got like one bell, this. Yeah, okay, I guess that's it. Throw Raigeki in there. Gonna troll low-level players with 3+ Omnis, yeah. And honestly, depending on how many URs, we might not even get Barone. We might toss that out, even though it's a win synchro. Just to be like, it's too mean. I think this deck is going to stomp silver and gold. Well, yeah, anything stomps silver and gold. My Masochist deck stomps silver. I guess I didn't think that deeply about it being a Hearthstone player. Does Hearthstone start you over at the bottom of the ladder every month? Or every season? The 12 is an Omni too? Yeah, but it's an Omni that, like, the deck is supposed to make. The philosophy with the Jankmas deck is that, like, we're playing a deck, and I want to rely on what that deck does. Like, in fact, we'll probably take out Kashtira Unicorn. Just to, like, we're gonna play it pure as it can get. Lyralusk, Magispector, Wind Witch, Yosenju. They don't add much to the deck. Yeah. You left in birth, thanks. Yeah, it's like I could just play another one of these. I can play another one of these. I can play another one of these. So at a certain point in the month, I just start with an insane win streak. A search spell. Oh, yeah. Maybe Lyralusk wouldn't be so bad. I don't understand how Lyralusk would work with this, because Lyralusks are all level 1, and Synchro Summoning requires many more levels than 1. Ugh. How to obtain? You start at the bottom of the ladder and the matches are MMR based, so the idea behind the climb is you get to just the grind to get free packs and reaching previous season's rank or better, yeah. Meanwhile, Master Duel is like... If and you don't know, I guess we do have some new people here. Season 50 has begun. Oops, that ain't it. That ain't it. Details, there we go, yeah. You've got the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You've got the 7 rankings, and then each ranking has 5 tiers. And whatever ranking you get to at the end of each month, next month you start 1 rank back. So if you make it to Master, you have to start in Diamond and claw your way back to Master. If you make it to Diamond, you gotta start in Platinum. In the case of the Jankmas account, we made it to Diamond, and then we didn't play for 3 months. So we've gone down to Platinum, Gold, Silver, and when next month starts, we'll go down to Bronze. Every month you don't play, you just go down 1 rank. So that's the idea behind the Jankmas account. And it's good specifically for stuff like this, right? Where it's like, if we were playing a rogue deck that could stand stand a chance in Platinum or whatever, then we could easily play that. We could just play it there. If we were playing a rogue deck that had a whole lot of options, we could at least just try to grind duels with different versions of the deck in Platinum. Maybe they don't work, but at least we can show off different duels. But in this case, we don't have different versions of the deck that are going to be functionally unique. If we add another archetype, it's playing that archetype instead of Speedroid, essentially. They don't really like... Or, what was it? So the thing about Speedroids, right, is it's a classic synchro deck. Which means everything in the main deck is just pieces that you're using to build your extra deck monsters. Your extra deck is a toolbox of cards that should handle different situations. Although the problem with Speedroids is that over time they've gotten more support. And so, like, your toolbox is an Omni Negate, a Monster Negate, a Monster Negate. Like, there's no reason to specialize. There's no, like, oh, they're on a deck that has a bunch of cards that summon from the graveyard, so I'll make the anti-graveyard a monster. Omni Negates deal with every kind of deck, so you always just make the Omni Negates. If you add something into Speedroids, like another archetype, you're either adding in something like Gusto, and Gusto does have its own monster that, like, it basically is like U-Bell. It reflects the damage back. So you can do like an OTK by crashing it into something that they control over and over again. But you're just adding that on top of these, or you're doing it instead of these. So you're not like making a unique Speedroid or making your playstyle different. You're just adding in an engine that lets you make, like, you're adding in Gusto so you can make the one Gusto boss monster, and that's it. Either that or, like, you'll add in, like, Kashtiras. What's the Kashtira package do? It gives you a free level 7 so you can make more of these. You can make more of these and you can make them easier. So, from a gameplay standard, it's not interesting because I am either A, playing a completely different deck while the Speedroids watch, or B, still just ending on the same exact extra deck monsters, just using a slightly different road to get there. And that's not exciting to watch. Like, no one tunes in to be like, oh, well, in Stream 1, he was using Colonel Clackers to make Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon, and in Stream 2, he used Kashtira Unicorn to make Clear Wing Synchro Dragon. It gives you 2 free level 7s. Like, unless the extra engine you have is some, like, unique effect that cheats the synchros out of the extra deck, just having, like, a free level 7 on the board, it doesn't make it more fun to play. Does that make sense? Time to watch Joe make Crystal Clear Wing Dragon for the 95th duel in a row. Yeah. And I mean, to be fair, you know, when it comes to Goaty, it's like, watch Joe make Goaty of the Great Beyond for the 95th time. Like, that's what they do, is they make their boss monster. The difference is that the Goaty boss monster is made at quick effect speed during the opponent's turn, and it's not an Omni Negate, it's a board wipe. So, when I use it and under what circumstances is going to change every duel, and it's going to be unique to see, like, you know, oh, they made a negate, but we managed to chain block so that we could banish everything without them able to stop it, you know? Whereas this is, we go first, we do the combo, we make Crystal. It doesn't matter if I have different ways to do it, I'm probably going to skip over that part after the first stream. So every duel is functionally the same. It's just a question of, like, where do I use those negates? And there is some interesting excitingness with that, especially in the case of a deck like this, where, like, we're only making 2 Omni Negates, and a lot of modern decks can play through 2 Omni Negates, so it'll be up to me to use them at the appropriate time. And also, you know, the duels that are going to be saved, the ones that are going to show up on the full episode, are going to be the ones where, like, we make the board, they play into it, we have, like, 3 negates, we use them, but they're able to get a foothold and start to build a half board, and their half board destroys 2 of our 3 negates, and then they make a negate. And then now we're both in, like, we're both top decking, we both have 1 boss monster, and we've kind of got to navigate around getting rid of that 1 boss monster while maintaining a board presence. Like, that's where Yu-Gi-Oh! Becomes really fun. It just, the unfortunate thing about Speedroids is that those situations are few and far between, because you either go first and you make so much disruption that they can't play, or you get interrupted and you don't make anything. Barone being legal, yeah. That is the one unique thing, is that Barone is banned in every other format, and it's a wind synchro, so the fact that the Speedroids lock you into wind means that you can still make Barone on top of a bunch of other stuff. If Yu-Gi-Oh! Makes it beyond turn 5, it's so peak, yeah. Have Speedroids gotten any support recently? They got Colonel Clackers and Speedroid Wing Synchron. Those are like 5 or 6 months old, I think. Barone is banned in the TCG? Yes. It's been banned for, I think, more than a year now. Why was this deck chosen if the deck isn't the most exciting for a viewer experience? I don't know. I don't decide. It's up to the viewers. And, it is worth noting, chat, because I am kind of talking bad about this. I am making it seem like the deck is bad, because I do think it's bad. But, you know, famously, in the early years of the ladder climb, the chat voted on and chose Galaxy Eyes, Galaxy Eyes / Photon as the episode we would do. And I went into that one thinking it would be bad and thinking we wouldn't get very far. And it was bad, and we didn't get very far. We were hard stuck in Platinum 5. I think we had a win rate of like 43% or something. This was before a lot of the newer support, so it was just terrible. We played a whole bunch of different versions of the deck, And I was like, I don't know why y'all picked this. And then I put out the episode, and it's like third or fourth best performing ladder climb of all time. Turns out there are a lot of people who are really big fans of seeing that deck, who are really curious about how it would perform in the modern thing, and they didn't care that I didn't perform well. They didn't care that, like, the deck wasn't good. They just liked seeing the representation. They liked seeing someone struggle to find a way to make the deck good. And the lesson that I took from that is, just because I think something isn't interesting, doesn't mean there's not a big audience for it. So, if the audience votes for Speedroids, we're doing Speedroids. I have faith that, like, it got chosen for a reason. Anime nostalgia is a hell of a drug. At the same time, how's Odd Eyes doing? Terrible. One of the worst performing. We're doing roids, we're doing roids. Same thing happened to Earth Machine. I feel like I was pretty optimistic about Earth Machine. Let's see. Let's look at the ladder climbs. Window capture. So let's look at most popular. Earth Machine, 430,000. Then Generator, Fossils, Galaxy Eyes. And fucking Valence, Predaplants, yeah. The Ladder Climb retrospectives. And then Man with the Mark and Mitsurugi. They're doing really poorly, but this one just came out 12 days ago, so it still hasn't had time to, like, increase its views. Mitsurugi is only 2 months ago. But also it's like a meta deck, so people don't care as much. Power Rangers, that's kind of disappointing. The second Crystron episode. The Gem Knight episode, Gladiator Beasts. Where's Odd Eyes? Yep, Odd Eyes eventually got up there. It's doing better than Tier Lament. But even Tier Lament also managed to get higher views than I have subscribers. It's once you get below, anything below Tier Lament is kind of a disappointment, because I have 74,000 subs and less than that number have watched it. Doubt the Man of the Mark will do well since it's such a linear strat. Yeah, but people like, again, anime stuff. They like Odeon, they like trap cards. Argo Stars, yeah, it was great. But it just goes to show you, like, you know, the older episodes just did way higher numbers than, like, the newer episodes. It's like, what do these have in common? They're all from last year. Except for Ritual Beast. Ritual Beast is from, like, more than a year ago, and it just did awful in general. Let's sort these again by newest. Yeah, if we look just the last year, 40, 45, 50, 41, 54, 45, 50, 60, 50, 60. Yep, the Sleepy Girl deck was the last one to get over 100,000 views. Since then, everything's been half that many. Which, you know, if I told you this, if you saw the state of the channel address, where I was like, yeah, the last year of ladder climbs haven't done so good. they're still better than, like, anything else on the channel, but it is just a very stark reminder of, like, before that, everything is getting consistently, like, 100,000 views, and then just starting in early 2025, it just goes down to, like, 50 and never really recovers. Gotta do COVID 2 for more views. It is interesting, I've had people on that video, a lot of the comments are like, Yeah, Malice really just got people away from Yu-Gi-Oh! And I'm like, I can't blame it on Malice. They didn't show up until, like, the Gladiator Beasts. Like, before then, like, Mimighoul, I would have thought people would have loved to see Mimighoul. Nope. Argo Stars, nope. Goblin Bikers, Blue Eyes, Magical Musketeers, Melodious. These are all great episodes, in my opinion. We saw Master Duel lose a lot of players, yeah. Paleo was very good, yeah. Paleo did great. 140,000. Yeah, it's weird to think there was a time when I was like, man, Odd Eyes is a disappointment because it barely broke. It didn't break 100K, but it's still better than anything from from 2025. Game just got too fast, yeah. I will say, you know, not to complain too much. I put out that state of the channel address, and in it I was just like, hey, you know, the best way you can support the channel is to join the Patreon. And I say that in a lot of episodes. I didn't think it would be, and that video didn't do like huge numbers or whatever. It's at like 4,000 views or whatever. But I got, let me look, 2, 4, 5, 10, 20, 21, 23, 33, 34, 35, 40, 50, 54, 55, 59, 69, yeah. Nice. 69. Yeah, I got enough new patrons that the Patreon shot up by $69 in one day, which is crazy. And some of those are $1 patrons trying to get in before I increase the amount, but most of them are $2 patrons, or like, and there's like 3 or 4 $10 patrons. I'm not sure if any of those new patrons are here, but you know, thank you very much. I appreciate it. That is significant, you know. I was talking about how Masochist. Yeah, let me look real quick. I want to get the exact numbers because I think I said something during there and it wasn't quite accurate. I just signed up yesterday. Well, it's glad to have you on. I really do appreciate stuff like that. Let's look at the content. Let's look at Masochist. Oh, it doesn't do it like that. Okay. Okay, we're just gonna have to do it like this. But yeah, so that's the last Masochist episode. That made $111. And I mentioned I pay Mr. Metal $120 for every episode of Masochism. So like in this case, it's like, well, I lost $10 on that episode. This one I got 113. So again, close to like $10 on that episode. This one I made 100, so $20. So I lost, basically, if you, what would it be? There were 4 weeks. No, in February. In February, I lost $40 on Masochism because I made $40 less than what I paid to have it edited. But since we just got $60 worth of people on the Patreon, you're basically, subsidizing Mr. Metal. You're making it so that, like, oh, that money goes towards him, and now I'm not only breaking even, I'm making $20. Reminder, hydration is important. Thank you. Yes, you must hydrate or dihydrate. And I will say, it has been going better. It's weird, right? Because, like, these episodes, you look, they got, like, 11,000, 11,000, 10,000. But if you go to January, in January we got 12,000. I only made $90 on that one. The ad revenue is January is the sad Naruto flute. House of Wax, 11,000 views, $73. Was 2024 your best year? I think so. I can't look at my analytics for like 2024. It'll only show the last 2 years. But I made like $10,000 less in 2025 than I did versus 2024. Challenge Mr. Beast to a shadow duel for 1 million. But yeah, so that's why I always talk about the masochist. I'm like, it just does good enough that I can afford to keep it going, because the Patreon makes up for the fact that it doesn't do as well ad revenue wise. It's never like a huge well, I guess that one episode I spent like $60 on it. It was 120 and I only made 60 back. But usually it's only like $10, $20 per episode. Granted, it's weekly episodes, but if I'm spending $50 and then there's 1,000 people on Patreon, then it's like, okay, that's fine. It's worth it for the people who really like Masochist. And that's why I'll just reiterate, if you do really like that, consider joining on. Even the little $2 helps. Anyway, enough talking about the state of the channel. We got Yu-Gi-Oh! To do. And I've already kind of made the deck here, but I don't know how it works. And actually, let's go ahead, get Bastard Duel up here. So what we're going to do now is something I often do when I learn a deck these days, which is we're going to sit down and we're going to watch a whole lot of YouTube videos of people showing off different versions of the deck and explaining how it works and explaining the combos. We're going to use that to get an understanding of it. We're going to build the deck. If you're watching on YouTube, I don't like to upload other people's deck profiles like on my VODs, so I usually cut this section out entirely. Unless I like stop to ramble, I might include a ramble or two. But for the most part, we're just going to be watching other people's videos. So that's going to get cut out. If you want to see it live, come down to the live. Or I think you could probably watch it on Twitch for at least 2 weeks. For everyone else who's actually here, grab a snack. We're gonna have ourselves a nice time. Say goodbye to YouTube. The shuffler is Bork and gives one ofs more often than two ofs. You run Master Duel, also like slapping all copies of a card into your hand at once. It's curious, I often hear that, and I know that if you do draw a one of, they do like... There is a programming where it'll show up and be like, ha, a one of, even if it's not something you want to draw, like a Garnet or whatever. But I am curious if the randomization is actually random to simulate the game, or if they've done something. Because it could just be a bias where, like, it feels like you draw one-ofs a lot, but statistically you don't. I drew one of 13 duels in a row. Yeah, that can happen sometimes, if it's completely random. That's one of the things that, like, pardon me. Sorry, chat. I swear I'm feeling better. But yeah, it's one of those, I remember, I think it was the designers of the iPod were talking about when we initially released the iPod, it had a shuffle feature where it would randomly pick a song and just play it. And we got all these complaints that the shuffler wasn't random, because people would be like, I have 1,000 songs on here, and 15 of them are Linkin Park, and it played 10 Linkin Park songs in a row. It's like, yeah, it's random. Sometimes statistically improbable things happen. And they're like, but it doesn't feel random. It feels like you've just picked a bunch of them in a row. And they're like, no, if you roll a dice, there's a chance you land on like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's not going to happen often, but it does happen. If we were to go in and change the shuffler to say, like, if you land on 1 or 2, the next one can't be 3, that would be removing randomness from it. Because then the third one is slightly less random. You can be sure that it's not going to be 3. Now, they did actually go in and, like, change the shuffler where they're like, yeah, the random shuffle isn't random because we want it to feel diverse. So, like, if it plays a song by an artist, it'll then, in the next random shuffle, remove that artist from a pool so that you get different artists next time it randomly chooses one. So you don't get the same one in a row. If you have a whole bunch of different genres, it'll, like, oh, it played a rap song, so rap is taken out of the pool for next time. Oh, it played a song that was from 2006, remove all the other 2006 songs from it. And so I am curious if Master Duel has gone in order to make one-ofs feel more special and actually increase the shuffler so that those are more likely to show up, or if people just notice when the one-ofs show up or they get statistically improbable things, and they assume that means that, the shuffler isn't random. People don't understand how variance works on a long enough time scale. Yeah. It is one of those things, maybe we could sit down, I don't know how interesting this would be, but like, and also I would have to talk to someone who knows, like a statistician or a mathematician. How many hands would we have to draw before we figured out, like, before the math, like, evened out, right? Like, if I made a deck and it was, what would it be? What's 39 divided by 3? That would be 13. So 13 3-ofs and 1 1-of for a 40-card deck. If I had made a deck that had 1 1-of in it, and I drew a random 5-card hand, what are the chances that that 1-of will appear in my hand, like, statistically? We should be able to do that and then draw, like, 100 hands against the AI and find out if, like, that 1-of is appearing more often in our hand than is statistically likely. I'm here again. I'm here to observe you. Well, welcome. I hope you enjoy your observations. The question is, like, how many times would we need to do that in order to, like, root out any bias? Because if they're like, you can't know for sure until you do 1,000 hands, like, I ain't doing that. But I don't want to do, like, 50 or 100 and then find out, like, oh, it's off on ours. And they're like, yeah, you only did 100. I will say that we have done several times where we went a whole month and we kept track of how many coin tosses we've won and lost. And I think every time we've done that, except for one, by the time we get to 100 duels, it's almost exactly 50-50. Like, maybe we end up with, like, three heads more or 3 tails more, but it almost always evens out. Even when we go on a win streak and we get, like, 20 heads in a row, it eventually, like, we pay the tax later on. And I forget which episode it was. There was one where I noted where I was like, yeah, this could have done better if we had gotten better luck with the coin tosses, but in probably out of 100 duels, we only won the coin toss like 39 times or 35 times or something. It was like crazy low. But that has only happened like one time out of every time we've tracked it. The other, like, 7 or 8 times, it's always been close to, if not exactly, 50%. Just usually every other duel. Anyway.
Provided all the
Require specific things. Yeah, okay. I think I've seen enough. I think I get it. I don't like it, but I get it. Okay. So, yeah, what have we learned? 3 Terratop, 3 Takatomborg, 3 Marvel Machine, 3 Clackers. At least one of these. One of. To start, we'll go ahead and do what everyone else is doing and play these at 2. 2 Car Turbo, 2 Ultra Hound. Because we're playing a pure list anyway. We do need one of these, one of these. And then I guess, like, yeah, 2 of this, 2 of this. Playing at least one of this. I'm going to go ahead and throw the second one in because, again, we're doing pure. Not every deck plays this, but if we're playing pure, we might as well put it in to show off what it can theoretically do. Is that all the Speedroid synchros we play? If we're playing pure, we're probably going to get one of these, but these aren't mandatory, which is kind of unfortunate. Some people play this. I don't think we want to play this, but it's another thing that we could make use of. Storm Summon. And then like this. One of these. And yeah, I don't think anyone played Clearwing Fast Dragon. Except for Moha. But again, we're going to stick with the pure version. Barone. Yeah, like, we'll absolutely play that, but for now. Well, you know what? I think this is one of those, like, you know, is this a generic card? Yeah, but it's also something that, like, Speedroid is uniquely set up to use in Master Duel. You absolutely want 1 or 2 of Speed Recovery. I just got done, I'm not sure if you just arrived, but I just got done looking at, like, 20 different deck lists, and only, like, 2 of them played Speed Recovery. It's a good cover for fetched, yeah. And then we're gonna have the 1 Ash Blossom. Oh wait, no. We're playing all the staples that we get, at least to start with, on the Jankmiss account. We're only playing the staples that we can get from the packs. Which means, like, 1 Veiler, or from the bundles, I should say. That means, like, 1 Veiler, 1 Ogre, 1 Bell, 1 Ash, 1 Triple Tack, 1 Imperm, 1 Lightning Storm. We got the Raigeki from solo mode. We got the Monster Reborn from solo mode. We got the Solemn Warning. Is there any other one I'm forgetting? Is this a Jankmiss month? Yes. You may as well use Monster Reborn, yeah, because it's just the same thing, but, like, slightly better. Feather Duster? I don't have a Feather Duster on the Jankmiss account. XL Synchron lets you get a Crystal Wing Synchro before Nibiru. Yeah, that's just, there's just another UR though. Droplet, thank you. Forbidden. Droplet. And then, yeah, I guess if we're doing pure, we might as well just, like, throw a third dog in there. Throw a third car turbo in there. You can play Droll. I'm not going to play Droll in, like, gold, but, like... Or, no, I'm sorry. I'm not going to play Droll in bronze. Mostly because even if I could justify making it against, like, people that bad, I don't think Droll is going to be useful down in bronze. Oh, Nibiru. Thank you. Yeah, so we got our Speedroids, and then we just got, like, all the one-ups in the world. Inconsistency boosters. We need to boost the inconsistency of this deck. Okay. Let me go ahead. Well, let's turn on the music again. Let's go ahead and let me see if I have learned anything. Also, I'm starting to get hungry, chat. How high did Super Quant make it? I don't remember. You'll have to look at the episode. There's time code, so you should be able to skip ahead to the very end. Also, I think my opponent, or my neighbor is about to start up their big loud truck. I am curious if we roll a 1, what do we do with the wheel? So we're gonna do this, we're gonna send off this. Oh, we get the dice. Yeah, and I probably should have done this first. Just don't roll a 1. Infirm. Okay, that's fine. We can't make rubber band shooter with this. So I think we do, or not rubber band, we can't make cork shooter, so we make rubber band shooter with this. And yeah, I think this is the set. We picked the 7, right? We pick the yo-yo and yeah, the Daiko Duke. I will probably want a 6. Yeah, then we activate this for the extra normal summon. No. Should have gone for Hound. I mean, I have this, so it's fine. It's not fine. We don't have the right ratios to do anything here. Okay. Oh dear. Boom. Yeah, real quick, we want to... They always pick scissors. We're learning. So we... Oh wait, we needed something in the graveyard for clackers. So we start with the normal summon. In perm, okay. Then we can summon this if we have a Speedroid. Use wheel on the trap, yeah. Yeah, so I guess we go for rubber band shooter here. So he said in this case, well, in this case we want to pick Terror Top because we haven't used that yet. Then we use the normal on the Yo-Yo. Yo-Yo will bring back the Terror Top. So you can adapt to the dice roll. Gotcha. I'm still trying to figure out the main combos before I learn these adaptive combos. You understand? And we go for Taka Tomborg here, right? Yeah. Tomborg can be anything. Special summon. Activate. We get the dice. Target 1, it becomes any level. Yeah, so now we want to... I think we want to keep the 4. No, a lot of our stuff is built around 4s, right? Yeah, so we target this one, and we make it 2. So we can make Cork Shooter. We off shooting our cork. But it came back. I can't think far enough ahead. What's this? A tuner and a clear wing. We just need to make a 10 right now, right? But we can only make it 1 to 6. We can only make up to 9 at the moment. We do want to get this into rotation, so we could make something a 5. We can already make a 5. Make this to 4. Then we can go into Hagoida. Now we can clack it up. We probably should have clacked it up before. Banish. I think this does nothing. So that gets us the crystal. Or the Speedroid wing. Mini crystal. That gets this. Then we go chain link 1, clacker for clacker, chain link 2, send the other trap. Then we make this guy. Huh? Oh, this is a 12. I'm silly. Increase the levels by all. This summons itself as a level 1 tuner. Yeah, Hagoita into rotation is a good idea. Slightly weaker, but still works. I gotta learn the better way to do it. So, I think I can... Oh, what does this graveyard effect do? Banish this and 1 Speedroid, win the monsters. Okay, it just gains attack. Gotcha. Oh, we want to make the plane here, right? This is a level 5. Oh, okay. So this is just like target Hagoita. Summon, duplicate. That goes 4, that goes 5. Oh, I can use this and keep that off the field. Biplane, revive, clear wing. Yeah, I should have made Barone earlier. Yeah, gotcha. The thing is, at the end, I was watching so many TCG lists, which play 2 of this and no Barone. So I'm like, yeah, if I had 2 of these, this is where I would make the second one. One, 500. Okay. So I feel like I do need a level 6 to use with Cork Shooter. Or I'm sorry, Rubber Band Shooter. You can make Ryder here. Ryder? I barely even know her. Banish 1 Wind Synchro. Activate Hagoita, revive Hagoita. Do I have Kite? I do have Kite Drake in there. I need a level 6 specifically. Yeah, everyone was saying don't play this one. This card is in your graveyard and control no cards. You can special summon this, but you cannot normal summon or set. You will kill yourself. Charge Warrior? Sure. Boo-doo. Boop. Boo-doo. Boop. The one guy was playing Juju. I guess it is removal. Be playing a lot of 6s though. We'll wait for now. Okay, let's try this again. Yeah. Oh, they always throw scissors. I thought they always threw rock. It's fine. We got hand traps. How about no? Cease your investigations. Yeah, that's right. See, this deck isn't bad, chat. This deck is great. Fuck. We get Marble Machine here, right? Yeah, because we don't have a good normal summon. And then I think because of what they've got, we scale this. Wait, no, we don't have anything to use for that. Special. Activate. Ah, it's as bad as it could be. Except I have the ghost bell. Okay, so we're gonna do this. We make it 2 for the cork shooter, and they're gonna imperm. Okay, but now we can clack it up. Let's get clacky with it. Yeah, I think what I'm gonna do here, which is probably not right, but why can't I make Barone? Oh, because these are both tuners. Okay. But yeah, we're gonna make Crystal Wing so we can stop any Nibiru that might be coming down. Then we summon this. Get ourselves, I guess, I think we get Den Den actually. Because we can put it in the graveyard with Scratch. Okay, then we make Rubber Band Man. Rubber Band Man, get down. And what do we want to get? We either want Yo-Yo to bring back the dice, or we want the Doggo to send the thing. So Doggo is 3, Yo-Yo is 4, so we send a 7. Yeah, or I guess we could get... No, we want this. Then we... Yeah. Normal. Ultra Hound. I already made Cork Shooter, right? No, I didn't. Okay, so this makes Cork Shooter. Although then the materials aren't quite the same. Because this doesn't go to the graveyard, right? Or it's not counted as a monster? Yeah, we can just grab this. And I won't have a discard for this, so I guess we just get the trap. Okay. What we need is to make a 5, so we need to summon a 3 or a 2 from the deck. Oh, okay, we can get, okay. So we do this. We send Daiko. We add Car Turbo. We special summon Car Turbo. We now have a 5. We don't have a 5. These are all tuners. Oops, all tuners! This is also a tuner. You can banish this from your graveyard, special summon 1 Speedroid tuner from your hand or deck. Yep, I was like, there's no way I should use this tuner. I should leave, but I didn't realize everything was a tuner. Like, everything is a tuner. Once per turn during your main phase, roll a 6-sided die, shuffle wind monsters from your graveyard into the deck up to the results, destroy that many cards. If you do, this gains 500. During your opponent's main phase, 2 level 7 winds synchros with different names. What is this, Vanadium? Yeah, kinda. All tuners all the time. Yeah, for some reason I was like, there's no way this is also a tuner, right? No, this isn't a negate. That's the problem. Bar on the floor. Yep, this is Garbo. I played it terribly. I think Ryder would have been OTK. No, it only would have been like 4,005. And if they had any kind of negate or like Nibiru or whatever, I would have been dead. Yep, they made it seem so easy. It puts Car Turbo in the grave. Oh, and then we gain 800. Gotcha. Special summon 1 tuner from the deck. Do we... Yeah, I do think we still activate this. Although it plays into Ash, but everything plays into Ash. Yeah, we go for this. We don't use the effect. This time we go for the 6. Because we want to get either Terror Top or... No, we always just want to go for 7, don't we? I guess this is alright. Oh, hi, Speedroid, yeah. Oh, I just realized we have fucking Duplicate in hand. That's fine, though, because that means we can send Den and then get the thing out. So then we Den, banish, get the red eye die. Die, make Cork Shooter. Cork Shooter, bring back both of the materials. We need Scratch. Ah. Scratch would have got his Clanker and put the Duplicate in the grave. Ah, good point. I was like, I don't want to discard anything. Why would I want to discard something? It's cool. We got a negate and we got a pop. That's neat, right? And we got a compulse. That's 3 disruptions. Yeah, this month is going to be a little tricky, Chad. I'm going to have to spend this weekend seeing how I'm going to learn these better. Slash, thank you for the gifted sub. And a negate reset. Oh, can you use both effects in the same turn? Okay. Special. Activate. Veiler. Special summon. Activate. Dice. Do we want to make the thing here? The Cork Shooter? Don't matter. Veiler. Oh my god, what's that do? It makes you immune to ads, yeah. Is it normal that I have to turn the volume up to 100 just to hear this video? Is that a me thing? Is anyone else having trouble hearing me? It looks like I'm almost hitting the yellow, but I could turn myself up a little bit. How about that? A little bit better for you? I'm getting fine audio. Huh. I got you on 60. Yeah, is there... I wonder if there's another level 7 wind synchro we could put in here that would work. Okay, so we either want this or Ugoida, right? Because we've already got the car and we've already used that. Or Den. Normal summoning Den doesn't really help us. Yeah, I think we get this. Okay. We normal summon this. This brings back the dice. Now we make Cork Shooter. All roads lead to Cork Shooter. Cork Shooter brings back the materials. And then we don't want to change it because we can already make a 5. Then we use Scratch. And that gets us the clackers. Then we clack it up. Dawn Dragster, a Mecha Phantom Beast, yeah. Destroy both. Make Crystal. Yeah, Chain Link 1. Chain Link 2. Send the duplicate. Summon a clackers. Yeah, so this does like we make bar on the floor with these two. Then we make glider with these two. Glider brings back Crystal Wing. Crystal Wing and Glider make over Synchro. Omni negates. This doesn't do anything, does it? Because they're both tuners. This. And then we just got a free clacker just clacking about. I think Hagoida would have been better first. Yeah, Hagoida's a 5. We really do need another 7. Yeah, if we had the 7, we could have. Yami, thank you for the gifted sub. Yeah, if we had another 7, then we could have made Hagoita. Hagoita plus clackers would have made like a clear wing fast dragon or something if we had one left. Then we activate this. Hagoita can bring it back if we have, what is it, 1 tuner? Control a Speedroid tuner monster, yeah. So then we could have activated the duplicate. That summons itself as a Speedroid tuner. Then we bring back the Hagoita. And that... No, because then we don't have a way to get to plane. Yeah, if we'd done that, we wouldn't have a way to over-synchro Dragon. Barone is just too good. This was through 2 hand traps, too. Has anyone actually bought karaoke? Yeah, lots of people. No. Yeah, also, what was it? Last time Mari was talking about giving me to sing like some really long prog rock song. And I ended up, I'm like, there's gotta be something, like, Mari wanted 2112, and I was like, I don't really know that one very well. But I do know a lot of Dream Theater songs. Like, Octavarian is 24 minutes long. We could do that one. 75... I can't OTK from here. And I managed to find one for Octavarian, which is 24 minutes long. Like, I could probably do that one fairly well. And then I managed to find another copy of another person who made a karaoke for Octavarian, but they cut out, like, the 5-minute instrumental at the beginning of it. So, instead of being 20... What was it? They cut out the 5-minute instrumental at the beginning, and there's, like, another, like... 6-minute instrumental in the middle, and they cut that down to like a minute. It's a little awkward. It just kind of like fades out and then fades back in again. But as a result, it's only, I think, 16 minutes. So I would do that one if you redeemed 2 karaokes instead of having to wait for 4. I did also find there's another Dream Theater song that I really like that is fun to sing. It does have a lot of instrumental parts in it, but the instrumental parts are some of, like, the best music ever. IMO. Like, Octavarian's good, but this one I really, really like. What's it called? Or I know what it's called, but how long is it? Let me check. I put it on the list. No, don't play it. Just go to the thing. It's 19 minutes long. So that one, you could claim that one for just 3 karaoke redeems instead of 4 for Octavarian. A Change of Seasons? No, the one I was thinking was the Count of Tuscany. Yami has redeemed a honk. A honk for Yami. Pull Me Under? Yeah, but Pull Me Under isn't very fun to sing in my opinion. Hardware Store, Final Decision. I've done Hardware Store before. You run more Wyatt Wind Link monsters in the extra deck? No. Count is a banger. I love Count of Tuscany. But yeah, so, you know, if anyone really wants to have... If anyone wants to completely derail stream with a half an hour or 20 minutes of, like, karaoke, I'll do Count of Tuscany if you claim 2 karaokes. I'll do the shortened Octavarian for 2. And I'll do the full-length Octavarian for 3. Is this enough for game? The Count of Monte Cristo? Not quite. I see one week on that list. Yeah. Oh wait, yeah. Haha! 42! Sure, I'll derail things. A karaoke redeemed. People were just saying, no one ever redeems a karaoke. Yeah, it's one of those, I've talked about this before, when, like, I've been kind of reluctant to do karaoke, not because I'm, like, terrible at it, but because I'm so used to singing, like, I was in a band for a few years that played at, like, bars and stuff, and I'm used to, like, you know, there's no reason singing if you're not gonna do it, like, really perfectly. If you can't nail the cover, you don't want to sing it out loud. But that's because people are at a bar and they just want, like, nice music or whatever. But I realize that karaoke, especially on like, Twitch or on stream, is a lot more, like, we want to see streamer guy try to do the song, and if I mess up, it's kind of, like, funny or, like, endearing. So it's like, if you want to see me struggle through 1 week, I can hit, like, half of it, maybe, like, 60% of it. I can't redeem a second one. Oh. Interesting. Did I limit it to only like a certain number? How many honks would that be? A lot. 100 divided by 5? Is that 20 honks? Yeah, I guess I'll just trust that you do it at that point. Okay. Let me get the karaoke list out here. Which one specifically will hold you to it? I'm surprised you have. Any streamer would sing better than Labrie for the last couple years. Look for more wind. I'm open for more. If you have a suggestion for another wind monster. How about Octavary? That's the one you were gonna... How many points do you have? Because again, we'll just have you donate for the one later if it's... I know I did lock it off to make sure that like too many couldn't get donated at once. I'm in an ad, so I can't hear anything. I didn't think I had like mid-stream ads. That's weird. Because you've been sick and I don't want that much suffering. Gotcha. But yeah, I know I limited the karaoke redeems so that like, you know, because someone was like, what happens if someone redeems like 5 karaokes in a row and you're just here singing for like an hour and you need to record? So I did limit them. I guess that's why you can't redeem like multiples at once. But like, depending on how many points did you have saved up, because I can just like, we'll hold you to it, like redeem another one later. And it'll count as the double. I will redeem the second one and remind you of the deal. Okay, so you had the 2. So you wanted the Octavarian with the shortened instrumentals? Yeah, I ain't doing the full Octavarian for 2. It's either the 13-minute shortened instrumentals or it's Count of Tuscany. Yes, please. Okay. I will try my best. I think I practiced singing around a little bit with it. And then, yeah, after we're going to take a little karaoke break, chat. When we get back, we'll build this on Master Duel, because whether or not I know the combos, I feel like this is like a solid list that we're going to be going for. How many more subs for full? You do realize that, like, the full version, like, the one big difference is that we're going to be sitting around for 5 minutes before I sing. As long as you understand that, I guess I would say... how much are we adding to this? It's going from a 13-minute track to a 24-minute track, so almost 10 minutes. I would say five subs. Oh wait, how much is that? That's $25. Well, 4 subs. You could do it for 4. 4 subs seems good to take up 10 minutes of stream. Cat Meat TV with the gifted sub. Thank you very much. Fuck. I was trying to be nice, Skiffy. I was saying you only needed 4. The average Dream Theater song length. I think Octavarian is actually like their longest single song. Well, that's more than enough. Thank you, Skiffy. Let's turn on... We get the microphone. We have to wait for everything. Yeah, I'm curious, while we're waiting for this to go through, how many people are familiar with Dream Theater? They're like one of my favorite bands, and depending on who you talk to, they're either like, I have no idea who that is, or I love Dream Theater, or I've never heard of them until now. They're a prog rock brand, which stands for progressive rock, which a lot of people hear progressive these days and they think of like politically progressive. And no, progressive rock is like rock made by music nerds. It's rock music, but they tend to have like really long, really complex instrumentals. A lot of their songs are like 6 minutes at least. They're known for like rock operas and story albums, for these really sweeping instrumentals. Progressively ironically, from the 80s. Yeah. Octavarian specifically, it's a, not quite a story album, it's a so this is the song Octavarium from the album Octavarium. And Octavarium it's like a concept album where there are 8 songs on it, and each song is a different key in an octave. An octave is 8 notes that starts on 1 and then goes up until you reach the same note but 1 octave higher. And so it starts on E, and then like song number 2 is in the key of D, A, F, G, and then they end up with the last song being 1 octave higher than the first. And the last song is Octavarium, which is not only in that key, but also over the course of a 24-minute song, goes through an octave. It keeps raising. It has 8 different movements in it. And the song itself, the lyrics are kind of about this like a cyclical story. I mean, you'll see it when you see it. I think the lyrics are pretty good, but obviously some people, it's not for them. That's the wrong tab here. Not my favorite prog. The thing is, I tried to get into other prog bands and I can't. People keep like recommending me, and it's like, I feel like I only have enough space in my heart for one, and I've just chosen this one. I know they're not the best prog rock band. I know there's other stuff that like is good, but I just like, I can't get into King Crimson. Rush is okay. I can't get into Asia. I can't really get into Pink Floyd. Not my favorite, yeah. I was like, I have to go to the bathroom. But again, there's gonna be a 5-minute instrumental. So let's just get this started. I always forget there's like a big screamy part at the end there. To be fair, the Dream Theater guy doesn't do it very well either, especially live. Oh, I do love that song though. Yeah. That went pretty, I'm surprised we kept so many people. We lost like 10 or so, but we kept almost everyone. I enjoyed it. Yeah. It's one of my favorite songs. Live Labrie is interesting. Yeah. It's a pity because Dream Theater, like, the instrumentals, they're so complex, they're so technical, and then you see them live and it's like perfect. They get it perfectly. Like everything about the execution, like they can do all those solos and everything flawlessly. They're like master musicians, except the vocalist. The vocalist can't he can't hit all the notes every time. That was awesome. I'm glad you enjoyed it. The beginning sounded like an 80s horror movie opening, yeah. Unpopular opinion. I like Labrie. He's just, it's one of those things like, Labrie is like, who is the singer of Dream Theater, if you're confused. He's like an 8 out of 10 singer. He's just in a band with like a 10 out of 10 drummer, 10 out of 10 guitarist, 10 out of 10 keyboardists. Liquid Tension, yeah. And that's the thing too, is like without the vocals, I've listened to Liquid Tension Experiment. I didn't like it all that much. Okay, let's get Master Duel back opened here. I feel like the story elements, and I will say also, it's funny that song particularly because there's clearly a story there, but some of it is so vague. It's not as like clear as some of their other songs, like exactly what's going on. Unless you've listened to it several times or like read the liner notes or whatever. You get like the general kind of gist of it. But for those of you who are curious, you know, obviously you have the beginning part where the guy's talking about some unnamed him. I think I always assumed it was his father, where he's like, look at him, he doesn't do like anything. Every day, what was it? He lives every day just like the last. Every day he comes home, he sits on the couch, he watches TV, and he's like, I'll never be like him. I want to live each day like it's my last. I want to go out and do crazy, amazing, awesome stuff. And there's like a part at the end where it's like, or at the end of that section, where it's like, he does all the cool stuff he wanted. He went out and he did amazing things, and then he pushed himself too hard. He wakes up from a coma, and they're like, yeah, you were in a bad accident, and you lost 30 years of your life. And so then he's in like the opposite situation where he's like, I spent my life going so fast, and now I wish that things were just stable and content. Things are kind of the opposite. But then, what was it? It's implied that he was a musician, that was kind of like what his dream was, to go out and play music and live the rock star life. And that was what put him in the coma. And then he does manage to wake up from the coma after 30 years and wants to go back into music, and finds out that his musical stylings, by being 30 years out of date and not influenced by anything that's happened since then, have a really raw retro feel that like really like people just happen to get hit with a wave of nostalgia. And even though he's just like, yeah, I just want to do one more album, suddenly he's on like top of the world again. Suddenly everything is going really fast, because what he thought was just like, I'm going to play music for me, ends up being this like really fast, or this really sudden rise to success, all this fame. It's like the Red Lamp guy. I don't know who the Red Lamp guy is. And yeah, so it's just this nature of like cycles of, you know, oh, I want to do something, I want to go out there, do something, be someone. And then he does and finds that being someone is very overwhelming and bad for his health. And what he really just wants to do is chill out. And then when he tries to chill out, he finds himself longing to do more stuff. So it's this constant cycle. And then at the end, just kind of like finally setting down and having a family and having a kid, and then having the kid come up and be like, Dad, all you fucking do is sit around. I'm gonna go out and live my life. I really like the narrative of Metropolis. Metropolis is great. I liked The Astonishing. I really like 6 Degrees of Inner Turbulence. Space Divest, I'm not familiar with that one. Okay. You are on the Jankmas account. Yes. Yes, I am. Okay, let me look at what my list looks like here. We got the 3 of this. We got the 3 of this. We got... Okay, 1 second. Nibiru. I wonder, I always confused as to why, like, MD Pro 3 organizes cards in a different way than Master Duel does. Some dude who had a coma, but during that time he imagined he lived his life and had a wife and kids and became transfixed on a red lamp and woke up. Huh. I'm not as familiar with a lot of their earlier stuff. I kind of hopped on at 6 Degrees. Or was it Metropolis? I think Metropolis came first, right? Let me see. They've got a lot. Awake, Falling. Okay, yeah. I hopped on board at Metropolis. That was their 5th album. And then 6 Degrees. And I never really liked Train of Thought. That was their one where they got more metal. They went really heavy with that one, and I just didn't like it as much. Then Octavarian. Did you figure out the first deck list? Yeah. Then Octavarian. It's funny, I have distinctive memories of being like, man, I really loved Octavarian. And I was talking to my friend, and he's like, he went to like a private school, and he went to like an advanced music program. So he had teachers who were really into like prog rock and jazz and stuff. And Octavarian, if you can believe it, the album that has their 24-minute long song is like their most accessible, most pop, like most attempt to go pop. They have a couple songs on that album that are just like very traditional, even if they're still like 5 minutes long. And my friend was like, you liked Octavarian? My teacher apparently bought it before a road trip and was like halfway through it and hated it so much he threw the CD out the window and just drove in silence for several hours. He was like so disgusted by Octavarian and thought they sold out that he refused to do it. Octavarian has a lot of Muse influence. There's like one song that sounds a lot like Muse. But I would say, like, if you kind of liked that at all and you want to get more, Octavarian's a good place to start. Systematic Chaos is okay. Black Clouds and Silver Linings is like a personal favorite of mine, but I think I just got that at like the right time in my life. That's also the one where they like kicked out their drummer, and so a lot of people hate it because the drummer is different and the drummer is like a big part of them. But I still like that. Oh wait, no, he was after that one. That was his last one. Okay, yeah. So Black Clouds was good. Dramatic Turn of Events was the first one with the new drummer. That was okay. And then they just had one called Dream Theater, which I didn't like at all. The Astonishing I really liked. And then I listened to Distance Over Time and A View from the Top of the World. And I couldn't really get into them. They were like, I listened to them once and were like, that's okay, but nothing really stuck with me. The guitar tone on Octavarian is very Muse. And then the thing about this band, right? The thing about Dream Theater is that they basically released an album every 2 years for the last like 15 years. Like they just come out like clockwork. The self-titled was very Rush. So it's like, oh, when was their latest album? Last year? Came out in February of 2027? I haven't listened to it yet. I will someday. What's the... I do... Oh, fucking prog rock, man. I'm just looking at the track listing, right? Like, oh, what are the... Like, usually they have a longer song on there. Usually it's not that long, but usually they have a longer song. What's their long song here? They have a 20-minute song called The Shadow Man Incident. What a fucking name for a song. I've got to listen to The Shadow Man Incident, like the fuck? In the Arms of Morpheus, which is just an instrumental. Night Terror, A Broken Man, Dead Asleep, Midnight Messiah, Are We Dreaming, Bend the Clock, The Shadow Man Incident. Is this a thematic concept album about parasomnias, a category of sleep disorders? Ah, okay. So the entire album is about various sleep disorders or things that happened when you're asleep. So I guess The Shadow Man is about like... Well, no, Night Terrors would be about night terrors. It's a solid album. Yeah, I'll have to look into it. Oh yeah, sleep paralysis. That's what I'm thinking of. Okay. What was I doing? Oh yeah. Okay, so let me go down this again. Nibiru, check. Double Yo-Yo, check. 3 copies of Terror Top, check. Den Den, Archduke. 3 copies of Car Turbo. 3 copies of the Doggo. Three copies of the Takatomborg. We got Ghost Bell, we got Ash Blossom, we got Ghost Ogre. Ghost Ogre. Oh, I did have it up here. Okay. I'm dumb. We've got the 1 dice, we've got the 1 Veiler, we got, oh, that's what we did. We did 2 of this guy. Yeah, I don't know why you would run 2 unless it's just to, like, stop from bricking. 3 Clackers, 3 Marvel Machine, Raigeki, Lightning Storm, 2 of the Scratch-Off tickets, Triple Tack. We got Monster Reborn. 2 of this. Infirm this, and then... Three Clackers a bit sus because it doesn't do anything on its own. I mean, all it needs is any other Speedroid in the graveyard, and when you're playing so many other Speedroids, it's not that hard. Yeah, what was the other, this thing? Maybe 2 red-eyed dice for the wheel? I don't know what you mean by the wheel. Okay, we got this guy, got this guy, got this guy, this guy, Kite Drake, Crystal Wing, Clear Wing, fortunately, I already have one of those. What's this guy's name? Stardust Charge Warrior. Higatama. The Airplane. The Cork Shooter. This thing, which I already have. Okay, yeah, so we're not doing this yet. We're not doing this yet. Okay. Is this the jank account? Yes. Would Hoppier Squadron do anything? Maybe. It's not generally what we're trying to do. Okay. So this is in the Speed Warp toys. This is in... Okay, at least they've added it to the new thing. The big question is going to be... Where are you? Okay, good. Where are you? Awesome. Where are you? Perfect. And you as well? Excellent. Ding! All right. Oh, I still need to record the Megalith intro. Let's do... One second, I need to make a document so I can keep track of how many I spent. This goes into Mr. Nova. I think he's going to do this one. The link is technically not RNG if you plan out for both scenarios. Yeah, I know. Didn't you pull a Royal Rare on the main account? Yes. But we talked about this earlier already. So this deck is not good enough to play on the main deck, or on the main account. Because in order to play on the main account, you either need to be good enough to make progress, or have enough build variety that even if I'm not making progress, I'm at least doing new and interesting things. This does not have either. It has to be played here. Fortunately, because the amount of URs we need is relatively small, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 6, 7. Yeah, they're all concentrated in the extra deck. We can build this here without costing an arm and a leg, hopefully. And also, if this does well and we get up towards Diamond, we can switch over to the main account, because the only things I would need to craft in order to build this also on the main account is like 1 crystal over the Synchro Dragon and I think Speed Dragon. Yeah, Clearwing, Fast Dragon, and over Synchro. I already have this, this, and this. So I only need 2 URs to play it on main, so I could switch over halfway through. You could also try the Wind Witch build. That's the thing we talked about, because we did look at a couple other different builds. Or at least I did. And the problem with the Wind Witch build, right, is that, like, in a normal Speedroid deck, when you're sitting down and playing the game, what you're doing is summoning a bunch of cards and then making, like, over Synchro, Crystal Clearwing, and Barone. Like, you're going in and you're making 3 Synchro monsters. And it's like, what do you get by adding in, the Wind Witch package? You make the same 3 Synchro monsters. There are just different lines you have to memorize to get there. Like, you use different cards to do it, but you're still not doing anything fundamentally different. And that's kind of a problem, because how this usually goes is, like, I show the lines in the first, like, stream. Like, the first few duels, you'll see the lines. And then oftentimes, the episode turns into, okay, here's the thing, we're gonna start, I'll come back if I get interrupted. And then we just go past all the deck building and get to whatever. And being like, hey, you've seen this combo, now see me get to the same end state using different cards. It's just not as exciting. Also, I'm just realizing I'm very hungry. Before we start opening packs, let me get the air fryer started. I think I'm just gonna have turkey and bacon. I love that silly motorcycle. Leaves the Link on the field as a big eyesore and does nothing to help. It's just stuck there. Yeah. But unfortunately, one of the key things about the Link, right, is that it says, banish a wind synchro, reveal 2 Speedroids with different names, and then one gets randomly added to your hand, and you send the other to the graveyard. So you get to search, but that search don't do anything unless you do this. During the main phase, you can normal summon a wind monster. Also, you cannot special summon from the extra deck for the rest of the turn except for synchro monsters. For some reason, I thought the lock was on the, like, search, but it's not. It's only on the normal. So, I guess if we found some way to, like, search a card that was, like, a free special summon, and we could summon it out, and then we could link this off onto another wind link. But for the most part, we're going to be locking ourselves into synchros, so we literally cannot make anything else with that. Okay. Gems spent. 1K. Oh, it's on the wrong side of the pack, though. Destroy an A counter, then inflict 1,000. Is this new? I don't remember this. Plain. Well, I guess that's not a terrible pickup. Hey! Colonel Clackers! Colonel Clackers is here. He's got the clackers. It is the clackers, my dear. Oh yeah, I forgot to ask, chat. We need a, we need some kind of, what's it called? Prop this month. I was gonna get a Beyblade and probably one of those clackers things. I'm not sure how much, like, a Beyblade costs. Did you get a motorcycle? No, I don't have the money for that. Old Beyblades can be pretty cheap. Like $10. Hey. Oh, and a yo-yo? I'm just, like, thinking about all this stuff that's like, I'm gonna end up, like, breaking my computer, like, tossing a yo-yo around, or hitting myself in the face. Is a tax write-off. It's basically free. I mean, it's only free if you would pay your taxes anyway. Wink, wink. Everything's a tax write-off. Hey, we got our crystal wing. You get it in the cracker barrel. The clacker barrel. Well, there's the Kite Drake. Personally, I would have preferred Kite Kendrick, but, you know, I guess this was fine. A Rubik's Cube? There are no Rubik's Cubes here. They spin fast. Speed. Yeah, it's a Terratop. Kite Kendrick Lamar. Yeah, that was the joke. Fuck, it's in the wrong side of the pack. I don't want this, probably. Yeah, I definitely don't want that. Jord. Speed lift, fuck. What even is this? It's like not a motorcycle. It's like a weird ball. Get a bike helmet. That'll be hard to get on and off with my glasses. Alright, at least the UR is on the right side. Revenge Rally. Revenge. Target a monster your opponent controls. Equip this. It gains 500 attack and defense. If this card is sent to the graveyard because the equipped monster has left the field, draw a card. Or, if you activated the card this turn, draw 2 cards, then discard a card instead. Even if it didn't make you discard, I don't think this is like the worst pot of greed in the game. Okay, give me a second, chat. Let me go get my turkey. Turkey in the air fryer. What do you gotta get around? Okay. Okay, what's this last one? We've been waiting long enough. It's like the one I already have. I'm gonna open 2 sets of 10s and get the same exact UR twice. gay dirge in the 90s. All right, what's this one? Now you're just trolling me. The fuck? You give me 3 URs and it's all the same shit. I don't want you. There's a Clackers. And the 4th Speed Lift. All I can pull out of this is Speed Lift and Crystal Wing. You wanted to play set of Crystal Wing, right? Not especially. Void Vanishment. Speedroid Wheel. Invoked Elysium. Get out of here. Need all that dust for Barone. I guess I would still prefer to pull some of the other ones so I can, like, actually use them. Oh, there's a 4th Terror Top. Simply Wits rating with a party of 8. Welcome, Wits. How you doing tonight? You having a good time? Having a fun time? Perhaps a good fun time today. A good fun time today. I'm Hardleg Joe, if you didn't know. Every month I climb the Master Duel ladder with a different... Okay, good. Good, they gave me a different UR this time. But yeah, every month I climb the Master Duel ladder with a different deck as chosen by my patrons. This month, or I guess I should say for March, for next month, they've chosen Speedroid. Can you sense the excitement in my tone? Bike, yep. Good short stream. Ah, what were you playing? Yu-Gi-Oh! As well, or some other kind of game? Do other games exist? Skiffy has gifted a sub. Thank you very much, Skiffy. Been comboing off for 4 hours with Ritual Beast right now to just get it, and I still don't. Ritual Beast be like that sometimes. Rated ladder with some Lunalights. Oh, it must be nice. It must be nice. We've only opened 2, right? This would be our 3rd. Fuck, I wasn't paying attention. Wish they would watch me play Deadlock. Yep, unfortunately it'd be like that. I switched to Blueprints and we just lose a bunch of people. Although there are a bunch of people that I do retain, so I can't complain. Okay, yeah, this is the 3rd then. Do your viewers like to watch you suffer? I think so. I can never tell with them. Half the time it seems like they like to watch me suffer, and half the time it feels like they just don't know much about modern Yu-Gi-Oh! And they're like, Speedroid's got some new support, right? Pendulums are like broke. You missed yeah, you did miss karaoke. We had a karaoke break. Someone gave me like 10 subs to karaoke a like 24-minute long Dream Theater song. I don't want you! Get out of here! You're on the wrong side of the pack! Tuning wear? Well, I got a car turbo and my 7th speed lift. What do you mean, royal tuning wear? What even is this? Like wearing a pan on his head? I don't like that. A royal rare? It's more likely than you think. Okay, give me a second. My air fryer is going off. I'm also doing this while cooking up a turkey bacon cheddar sandwich, which is delicious if you're curious. Alright, I've returned. The tension has built. Surely this won't include a Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon. Surely it'll be something I need. Well, it's like our 4th cork shooter. I heard turkey bacon cheddar and I need to know where I could sign up for that. And I think most grocery stores will let you sign up for that. I don't want to watch you suffer, but I don't really like watch meta being played either. Ah, I see. Well, that's a good pickup. The duality of man. I'm conflicted, Joe. I want you to have a fun time and succeed, but I don't want you to play anything good. It's like, well, that seems like we're in an impasse then. Oh, we got a scratch and sniff. Okay. 4,000 gems, let's do it. That's what the comments on Ladder Climb do say, yeah. I mean, that's I've talked about it a little bit, but it's one of the weird, frustrating things, right? Is, like, I put out my State of the Channel address where I talked about what I'm going to be doing next year. Or for the rest of this year. And I revealed I got a new show. I'm bringing on a bunch of my friends. They're not Yugi-tubers or anything. They're just people I hang out with. But they are also entertainers, so, like, they do know a thing or two about, like, you know, they're not just going to be awkward. They've been on camera before. And half the comments I got about that show were like, I can't really see myself watching something if it doesn't have anyone, like, I know on it. Why not get, like, this show seems like it would be way better with MBT or Doug or Farfa. And then the other comments are like, thank God you aren't having MBT on here. The only reason I stayed away from Genesis Apocalypse was because his ugly face was on there. I'm so sick of that guy. He's so annoying. Oh, I hope you never have Farfa on the show. That guy's like the worst, most evil Yugi-tuber. I'm like... It's like the one I already have! Come on! The duality, yep. You can please some of the people some of the time, but you can't please all of the people all of the time. All those comments were from Dyer. Wheel. Yeah, I don't think I'm ever using this. So I can break that down. How are people so split up? Yeah, it's really interesting, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Kind of like... The way the audience has kind of changed quite a bit. I mean, it was one of those things in general, right, with the Genesis Apocalypse, is I got a whole bunch of people who are like, yeah, I fucking love Genesis content, and the other half being like, why would I watch Genesis? That's not real Yu-Gi-Oh! Okay. So, get out of here. Get out of here. Share if you play. Yeah, I'm not playing Ragnarika. You can't make me. We might play this at some point. Get that. Yeah, I ain't doing it. Fuck you. Fuck you. Can't believe I have 2 Jords on this account. How did I get 2 Jords? Oh, I do have 3 Fuelos, that's good. And 3 emergency teleports. Tistina, yeah. Cyberdark, yeah. I could probably get rid of this guy, right? Is there a wind ship yet? No. That's just like decent in general. We're never playing Labyrinth on this. Hopefully. You have 2 Max Cs. Oh, yeah. I forgot. I can get rid of the shiny one. Because fuck that. Sylvan Charity. Yeah, I can get rid of that. I ain't playing no Sylvans. That's probably good, right? I think we're probably good with that. Everything else I kind of want to keep. Okay, this should be the last of the Mohicans, Chad. Let me get my food and then we'll be good. Behold, chat. Turkey, cheddar, bacon. Oh. Sylvan's had potential. Who dared to make a Scurio at SR? Okay, did anyone make any... My POV of Genesis change so drastically? I felt like the point stuff and no pendulums and links, the meta would feel quite different from the normal formats. It does. That's the thing, people be like, oh, you know, both of them, you could play Draco Tail. And they don't seem to realize that the Draco Tail deck plays completely differently in Genesis than it does in regular TCG. Okay. Get it all out of here. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Is that... That's 150, right? Okay. Okay. That should be fine. We can do one more then. We can just get one more UR that we need. And then we can craft the rest. Speed. Speed is the key, chat. Is K9 worth it? I think so. It's like been out for like 8 months in the TCG, right? And it's still topping. It's like good as a package in a whole bunch of other decks, so if you get it, you can like... It's not like... It's not like Yummy, where if you get Yummy, you're kind of committing to playing the Yummy deck, and if they kill the Yummy deck, you just can't play it anymore. And K9 is like useful in other stuff, because it's fairly generic. It works with anything that has level 5s. You can kind of play like Azuna just as a package all by her own. There's another wheel and an ice barrier and... Gotcha. Sorenier's a good pickup. Like, I feel like it's a better investment than a lot of archetypes. Quiet, chat. It's a silent magician. Another SR I already have. Cool. Ah. I didn't expect to pizza myself, chat. You do that thing where you bite something and like a piece of cheese kind of stretches off and then it breaks and it falls down onto your lip and burns your lip. I didn't want you to. I mean, this is not a terrible pickup, but come on. I want an archetype, you R's. Wheel. I hate secret packs so much. They're like, they're so close to being like really useful. Like, all we needed is one more UR from the pack, and they were like, sorry, boss. Best I can do is Moonin. Did you want a Moonin? I was like, no, not really. I think if you got at least one of all the featured cards, it should remain permanently open. Going in. One more. This is gonna be it. I can feel it. We're gonna get every UR that we need for this deck. It's in the wrong side of the pack. That's the one I already have. I don't even need you. At least I can be safe to break that down. Isn't there any Roid support that fits into Speedroids? Nope. Speedroid. And there's my 8th speed lift. It would be so nice if I could just play cards without gambling, chat. Royal incoming. Not here. Is Kyroid real? Yeah, we got Kyroid already. Yeah, they're asking me to eat and drive. Don't they know how dangerous it is to speed around on a motorcycle while eating a delicious turkey sandwich? Hate. Let me tell you how much I have come to hate since I began pulling from the Speedroid pack. This is a gacha game. I know, and I hate it. I don't like gacha games. Not only do I dislike gacha games, But it's one of those things, like, you know, there's a lot of stuff that I'm like, I don't like, but I can see the appeal of it, and if people like it, then they should be allowed to enjoy it. You shouldn't be allowed to enjoy gacha games. It should be illegal. There is no positives to gacha. They're a clear scam. Okay. Get rid of that. We're getting rid of this. Getting rid of this. 2 of those. Another one of those. Another one of those. Two of those. We get rid of Moonin? I feel like we do. Yeah. I don't need no Moonin. Actually, I prefer, if I'm gonna play this, to play it, have them all be the same. Okay. Do we play 2 of these just because we can? Yeah, it's usually pretty tight. But also we might be missing some stuff. But this guy's hard to make even in. Okay, 1 second. First of all, let's get rid of this. What is this effect again? If it leaves the field, you can summon a clear wing. Okay, yeah, so I can't even summon this. I can summon Clear Wing, and I can summon Crystal Clear Wing. So we just go ahead and get rid of the other one. And Fast Dragon. Yeah, maybe I honestly should have saved a second one. It'd be good to have another level 7 wind that I just don't have to worry about. Oh, hi, Quarian. Quarian Gondrax. Getting all the things we want. Orcust extra deck and branded. Yeah, I feel like having RNG elements in a game, thumbs up. It's all fine. As soon as money gets involved, Okay, so we need this. It ain't royal. We need this. Oh. 1 free pull. 1 free pull. Maybe we'll get a UR we can dismantle. Nope. Time Stream. You don't even play that in Fossils. Skateboarding SP. Yeah. If I was the kind to grind for alt arts, that's the one I would grind for. Okay, we need one of these. And we need one of these. And you. And you know what? We'll wait on Shanbara. I have enough to get it, but I would rather not. People are just impatient and expect to get everything now. I have no problem with games that, like, force you to do stuff to get stuff within them. But, like, I'm reminded of Helldivers, where you unlock things by playing the game. You don't unlock the ability to roll a dice, and if the dice happens to come up right, then you unlock something. You know, I don't want to be an old guy who compares everything as like, oh, this is the decline of society. But it does really go to show where it's like, back in my day, I felt like if you worked hard, you would get paid for your work. And now, more and more, it feels like whether you're talking about games or even just jobs in general, it's work hard for a chance to roll the dice. And especially younger people just seem to be like, yeah, that's how it's always been. Like, no, dog. You could have it so much better. Modern games lean into paying for progress. That's the thing. I feel like if you looked at games at, like, the mid-20s, that felt more like, oh, where everything's microtransactions. It's pay to win. There are no more fun cheat codes. If you want big head mode or the blood to be a different color, you gotta do some microtransaction. Spend $5 on that. And that was already bad. That was already awful that they were nickel and diming you for everything. That they broke the game into pieces and then sold it back to you at more than it was worth. But now you don't even get those pieces. They've broken the game into pieces and then hid them in a box, like one of 6 boxes, and now you gotta pay for the privilege of selecting one box, and maybe the thing you want will be in it. If you fall for the trap, it's your fault, not the giant corporation setting it for everyone. Yeah, that's the weird, you know, it's a lot of people talking about, like, too many people putting too much emphasis on personal responsibility. And I mean, don't get me wrong. Personal responsibility is important, but there are people who act like we've gone too far and removed personal responsibility from the equation. And it's never been that case. It's always been like, there have always been people trying desperately to manipulate everyone around you. Sorry, the better way. There have always been corporations and companies and big entities that are trying to manipulate people. And for too long, we've kind of like looked at that and been like, what are we gonna do? Stop them from being nefarious? We shouldn't stop them from doing that. Instead, we should try to warn everyone not to fall for their tricks. It's like, I feel like we should just legislate how advertising and like is supposed to work and how gambling is supposed to work. I feel like you can still keep people personally accountable while also realizing that, like, we as a society could make it easy to be personally accountable, you know? We could not incentivize big corporations to run the $1 million temptation machine. You can play without money, and I enjoy the story of the games. Yeah. The thing I always, when it comes up to stuff like that, where someone's like, but I really like these games, and it's like, I have to ask you, like, if they took out the gambling aspect, would it be a worse game? Like, because I feel like the things you enjoy are things that are, like, you enjoy despite the gambling, not because of the gambling. And if that's the case, then what I'm suggesting wouldn't remove the thing you like from the world. You would still have very similar experiences. It would just be something where also people who are addicted to gambling don't end up running into like ruining their lives on it. Like, there's only upside. You still get to do what you like to do. It's just also not manipulative. Like, you could have a good game without that. Yeah. What are your thoughts on Speedroid Manko? It's a good card in Limited. If you're in like a low-powered format, this is a nice little hand trap. Very funny back in the day. We ain't playing it here. I miss challenging rewards. You still get those from some, like, achievements. You see someone who's, like, 100%ed Silk Song, and it's like, oh. Excuse me. You've 100%ed the game on Steel Soul? Fuck. It's a rush to draw, but yeah. But I feel like again, you can have RNG elements, you can have that stuff you like about the gambling, without also allowing, like, what if they just made it so everyone had to free to play? What if there wasn't the option to buy the materials that you could gamble? The game would be no different for you, because that's already what you're doing. Like, I think, like, if you want to have gambling mechanics in your game and RNG mechanics, that's fine, but there shouldn't be a monetary incentive attached to it. People shouldn't be able to pay real money to gamble. Once you do that, you're crossing the line from, like, a fun thing that allows you to sometimes get something cool to a thing that's trying to extract people by manipulating their, like, a misunderstanding of how probability works. What's the most surprising deck you played in Ladder Climb? The deck you thought it was going to be the most boring, but it was actually fun. Yeah, I think that would be, just to be clear, it's not about, like, gambling in a vague sense. It's specifically about money gambling. But how would they make money? They just sell the game. Sell the game or sell microtransactions that aren't gambling related. Like, the thing is, you know, sometimes people will be like, you know, they'll talk about how will these games function without a monetization system that has only existed for like 10 years. And it's like, well, games have existed a lot longer than that, and they managed to monetize them and make money without doing all that. Yeah, like, as much as I don't like microtransactions, I think having a microtransaction economy in a free-to-play game makes sense. People can play for free and then get microtransactions. But those should be like a transaction. You pay and you get a thing. It shouldn't be you pay to get a gamble. Also, it's always important to note, it's like, when you talk about these games, right? None of these game companies that have that have like gambling, like EA is nowhere near in danger of going out of business. EA made record profits. They made billions of dollars, like crazy go nuts amounts of money. They could cut all the gambling from all their games and they would still make tens of millions of dollars. They would still make a huge profit. It's not about choosing between can they make money or can't they. They can make money. They just can't make all of the money. It's literally just greed on their part. They're not making a sustainable business. They're making a money printing machine. Where's the 50 billion NS in debt? Also, sorry, I'm still going to my playlists. We had to lay off 1,000 people to cut off the losses of last year. Also, we made more money than last year. And I made money by laying people off. Okay, so looking back, there's the one question about which was the most surprising ladder climb. What did I go into not thinking I would enjoy and I did? Argo Stars, maybe? No, you know what? I think especially of the last year, the one that surprises me the most, that I have the most fond memories about, is Blue Eyes. I went into Blue Eyes thinking like, I'm playing an anime deck, I'm playing like a meta deck. This will be, you know, I'll win, I'll have like a powerful deck, but I didn't think I would enjoy it. But the Blue Eyes, as it existed at that time when it was the best deck, was not only surprisingly fun, with a lot of varied levels of play and a high skill ceiling, but it was one of the most engaging mirror matches of any format I've played. You know, you play in tier limit format and it can be really engaging, but sometimes it's just a little bit too RNG dependent because there's so many mills going off. Snake Eyes often felt like you could just compare hands and it was like, well, I have 2 starters and you have 2 hand traps. I only have 1 hand trap and you have 2 starters, so you get to make your combo and I don't. It was very much a compare hands kind of format. But Blue Eyes was one where Blue Eyes had like 5 or 6 different tools in its belt. Depending on what version you played, there were like really small differences where like adding in Jet Dragon would make you slightly more bricky. But whenever you were playing and you're like, okay, I've baited out this, I've baited out that, and then they send Jet Dragon to the graveyard, and you're like, fuck, man, I wasn't prepared for that one thing. Or they activate the fusion spell and they can pop an extra card. And like, so every one tech card, especially with how searchable they are, made every deck feel unique, even when 90% of the cards were the same. All these little choices and decisions were pretty neat. I can't even be mad. Well, I can be mad about it. But I have to be like, well, you took the risk. You know, Jet Dragon is bad in a lot of situations, but we both manage to, like, I take out half of your things and you take out half of your things, and I'm stuck with a Blue Eyes on board and you're stuck with a Jet Dragon on board, you just win. You've got it. It wins the grind game. That meta was fair, yeah. And then they immediately heard it before Malice. Yeah, I don't get that. in tier format, the mills only became RNG if you were ridiculously unlucky. Yeah. It didn't happen all the time, but it did happen. What was it? The three things about tier. One, it was still, at the end of the day, it's a mill deck. Sometimes you mill badly, and that's just how it is. And that's on top of, you can still brick in tier. It is harder, but like, you know, it's weird, like, there are times in tier where you don't draw a brick hand, but it's like you bricked, because you just happen, like, you had 2 mills and you whiffed on both of them, and that was your turn. The second thing is that, like, you know, obviously the tier mirror is very fun. The problem is, because tier limit was on such a higher level above everything else, the only other thing you would run into in that format was anti-graveyard decks. You know, people just would throw down like a dimensional fissure or activate for whatever, the dimensional shifter. Yeah, you're playing Exo Sisters, it's like, well, you're out. It's one of those things where, like, I feel like tier format would be fun if I could, like, if I just gentlemen agreed everyone's gonna play tier, right? Okay. I would play tier mirrors all day. If I have to play in tier format with other people, like people being able to play anti-meta, then I'm not as interested. Blue Eyes wasn't like that, because even though it was the best deck, it wasn't the best by such a massive margin that nothing else could play. I can't remember what else was playable during that meta, but I seem to remember playing against, like, Azamina. I seem to recall that there were, like, Melodious decks running around. Fiendsmith was still there. And Blue Eyes has a fair matchup against those without being incredibly overpowered. There was some Snake Eyes, yeah. And third, and it hurts my soul to admit this, because I pride myself on really liking complicated, complex decks and being good at this game. Tier just got a little bit too much, you know? As much as I like complicated games, but there are some games of tier where I'm just like, we're on turn 2 and my head just starts to hurt, and I'm like, this is too much to keep track of. There's too many chains. There's too much interaction. I like interaction, but we just reached a point where it's like, you know, we've been playing for like 10, 20, 30 minutes, and I still have no idea who has a clear advantage in this game, because it's still such an open game state. I understood tier. The big thing with tier that was like the tactic, and there are lots of metas and lots of decks where the key skill, it feels like, is keeping track of all the hard once per turns. You know, if you know, like okay, they have 3 cards that can fusion summon. Once they've used all 3, then they can't fusion summon anymore, so you're like relatively safe. But then, like, keeping track of, but also if they have Rhino Heart, the, like, you know, the summon from hand effect is different from the, like, sending a card from the deck to the graveyard effect. So it had 2 once per turns to keep track of, and whether or not the send to graveyard effect was important depended on whether or not the other 3 had resolved, or whether or not they could get another level 4 on the field. And then you had the Keldo, Kelbeck. You had the 4 Ishizu cards, and all of those were hard once per turns, but they were hard once per turns on the mill/shuffle, but also like the from hand effects. And that's on top of, like, there's several extra decks that are hard once per turns if you summon them. All the trap cards and everything were hard once per turns. So it ended up having to have this, like, checklist of, like, checking the graveyard and checking your hand and seeing what's banished. And I think most importantly, because stuff shuffles back into the deck, you couldn't just reliably, like, spread out the extra deck and be like, okay, you use this, this, and this, and you've still got this. Because you'd look back and then have to remember, like, okay, 3 chains ago, did they activate Merly? And that's why it shuffled back, but it was negated or something? Or do they still have a Merly activation that they can activate? And keeping track of all that sometimes just became such a hassle. I'm liking Ritual Beasts, but backwards. Most of them don't have a once per turn, but I have to keep track of the once per turn special summon. Yeah. They're like that. You have to keep track of it. And that I think that was the other thing, right? Like, Ritual Beasts can be fun because you have to keep track of, like, all 7 monsters and whether or not they've used it. The thing that made Tier especially nefarious in the mirror match was like, okay, all those cards I just mentioned, they're once per turn for you and once per turn for your opponent. So you don't just have to keep track of, did I use Merly yet? It's, did my opponent use Merly? Did they use Shiren? Did they use Kit Kalos? What was the other one? Did they use Rhino Heart? Which of 2 Rhino Hearts? Do I still have a Rhino Heart activation? We activated the graveyard effect of the trap, but then we added it back with something. Kaleido Heart, Havness, thank you. I ain't having this. Yo ho ho and a bottle of Skip. Water orb. The Earth ship is real. Can I get much higher? So high, yo ho ho. Yo ho ho. Y'all ever wanted to play some plunders? You ever wanted to plunder your patrols? Don't do that on Twitch, you'll get in trouble. Plunder's pretty neat. Try summoning Golden Hair. Okay. Try special summoning Bluebeard. Okay. I used to know how to play this deck. Blackbeard. They never got their payoff. Thanks. Oh, look, we drew a card. Golden Hair. And then when that's discarded, you can get Redbeard. What's planned for tomorrow? Masochist. We're just doing masochist stuff. Booty. We doing the 2012 event? No. The sea ship is fire. Okay, then I will. Okay. Let's try a couple more Speedroid things. You think I could beat the Plunder AI, chat? Oh, that's a pretty good draw. Wheel is discard any card. Emblem. What's the emblem? It's a periscope. Okay, that's unfortunate. Let me real quick. What is this again? You can target one effect monster you control. Special summon one from your deck with the same attribute that your opponent controls are in their graveyard. Ah, okay. That was why they were bad. Now I remember. We do this first, right? I think I'll send off this. 5. Okay, we only ever landed on 1. This is only when it's normal summoned. Moray of Greed? I ain't that greedy. When it's normal. This is just a tuner. That's a tuner. I think we get Hound because it's a non-tuner. And do we just add a Clackers because it's also a non-tuner? Yeah. I'm learning, chat. Hello, it's me. Taka 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 tomboy. Taka 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 taka, here we go. Yeah, we get the dice. Okay, so we've already got the ability to make a 3 here. So what we're gonna do... Oh, I can't revive with Cork there, yeah. If I use Clackers. Yeah, we're gonna do this then. Let's go ahead and make this with these two. And then we'll cork it up. Cork. Oh, actually, I probably should have just done the thing and then got a Clackers. Okay. No, we just want to make a 7, right? Yeah. So, yeah, we use this. Make you into a 6. Then we can go into Crystal Wing. And then we can go into Fall on the Floor. Pop. Okay, what haven't we used yet? We always pick 7 in this case because we want to be able to get the 4. If we do 6, we could do 4 and Colonel Clackers. If we get Clackers, then we make the Fast Dragon. But that doesn't help us really. What would be the other normal summon? We haven't used the Hound effect because it was negated, I think. No, it's only when it's normal summoned. Yeah, so we do this. And we go this and the yo-yo. Okay. Activate, we immediately normal. That sends... yeah, this to the graveyard. Oh, but wait, that only lets us make... damn. Yeah, I guess I should have gone for Clackers. I was like, then I can get this and bring it back, but that's only good for making Rubber Band Shooter or Cork Shooter. And I'm guessing Cork Shooter, even if I had second one, is a hard once per turn. And this don't do anything. Okay. Why are we on the Jankmas account? Because we're playing Speedroids. Yeah, I should have played the other one. Or I should have sent the other trap. My dog! You kick my dog! Oh, okay. I mean, I don't need to, because I can... we did it. All you need to do to beat them is just make Barone. Yeah, I can already tell this is going to be one of those decks that, like, I'm going to feel ashamed if I look back on how I was playing this now, like, after, like, 2 weeks. I'm going to be like, come on, Joe, this is easy. Just make the thing that you're supposed to make. Oh, hey, Snuggabus, welcome. Rating with a party of 12, I salute you. I'm Hardleg Joe, if you didn't know. Every month I climb the Master Duel ladder with a different deck. This month, Speedroids. It ain't the best, but it's here. You know, we're doing our bestest. Let's start with this. We're gonna send this to the graveyard. That'll be a surprise tool that'll help us later. We're going to special summon the Taka Taka Taka. We're going to activate this. It's dice time. Yeah, we're speed running. We're running away from Speedroid. Yeah, so we make the Cork Shooter. We do the thing. We get some guys back. Activate the effect. We want to go 4, right? Yeah. Then we can scratch and sniff. Send off this. Add Clackers. Colonel Clackers. Let's get clacky with it. We're gonna do a clack attack. Grab myself this. Pop-a-roo. Yo, what up? Chain link 1. Chain link 2. So we're going to send that to the graveyard because it does have a graveyard effect. We're going to summon another Clackers. Then we're going to make our good friend far on the floor. Then we're gonna make the glider. Glider brings back the clear wing. That goes us into Crystal Clear Wing over the Synchro. It's big. It's a big fucker. I want to make this again. One non-tuner Synchro and one non-tuner Clear Wing. Wind Machine Tuner and a non-tuner. That's an 8 though. We can only make up to 7. Guess we just make Hagoita, right? I'm like trying to think where we go from here. Because we can get 2 more monsters onto the field. Ooh, big motorbike. We can shoot her. Or we could try to make this. That wouldn't be too hard. But then we'd have to get rid of a 6. We haven't used one of these yet. So we get one of these. And one of these. Yeah. Yep, that's about as bad as it gets. Well, we tried. That actually stops us from doing what we want to do. Needlebug nest. Actually, what are we looking at? 75? Okay, check this out, chat. Like, well, you live this time. Special summon it to your side of defense. No, fuck you. $3,000, $3,500. But wait, Clackers from the top turnbuckle. He's jumping out of the extra deck. I got you, fam. 4,200. I mean, to be fair, chat, this is 2 Omni Negates with a Forbidden Droplet and a Solemn Johnson. That's way more than enough for bronze. Why do they have that effect? It's funny. The trap in the grave. Oh, yeah. Poor bronze player. Oh, boy. Extension City. Of course we start with this. Let's get you. Taka, taka, taka. Tom, tom, tom. Yeah, and this just does everything I want. I think this, I'm getting the combo now, right? I can make this level 2. The first thing you always do is make cork shooter, right? You shoot your cork. Cork brings back the 2. I can't make Barone with just this. I can make Crystal Wing. That would get 2. So maybe what I should do here... No, you know what? Let's just stick with what we know. I make this into a level 4, so I set up for the level 5. Synchro. Then I normal summon the Marble Machine. Marble Machine gets me the Clacktastic Adventures of Colonel Clackers. We activate him. We banish the Taka Taka. We get Mini Crystal Wing. We get this, which we have to make up here to make room. Then we're gonna chain link 1 this. We did that in the reverse order that we should have. We get a Clacker. Clacker, I barely even know her. And then we can make bar on the floor, and I'm not reaching down to grab it. You're just going to have to remember. And then we go for the glider. Clang, thank you, I appreciate it. We make this. And then this time, make it with these 2. Banish the 7. That allows us to get... Yeah, there's just no combination of 2 things this deep in the combo that, like, does it, right? Like, if we get this or this, summoning it doesn't accomplish anything. I guess if I had a Link 3 win, summoning this would let me do something with Rubber Band Shooter. Like, it's like double yo-yo or... Was it the... Maybe the Piper. Maybe I need to put the Piper back in. Duke and Hound is a good combo. Yeah, what if I got Hound, I normal summon Hound. Hound lets me send something to the graveyard. I guess that gets me another removal. But then, like, the duplicate doesn't do anything. The Hound just kind of sticks there. We just normal summon this. Auroradon. Yeah. Auroradon, and we put an O-line, and then we have a whole bunch of stuff, but I didn't want to do that at the moment. Yeah, we just bring back Cork Shooter, right? Because that's what we want to make anyways, a 7. Or we could make Risen and have, like, a DD Crow, or we could bring back Hagoida. Does Hagoida do anything on its own? I mean, if we have Monster Reborn as the thing. So, like, I think if we didn't have the Monster Reborn in our hand, then we just bring back the dice. We make this into a level 5, and then we can end on this. Or, I guess we could do the Hagoida either way. And that has like a level manipulation. We don't know what our opponent's on, but sometimes that's really good. Yeah, let's bring back this. We don't want to change the level. It's cute disruption and good follow-up, yeah. If you don't know, this is quick effect. Increase the levels of all monsters on the field by 1. So, you know, they're playing Ryziel or something. Ryziel or White Forest, any Synchro or Ixie deck. You can just be like, hey, you're level 4s, level 5s now. All their yummies become level 2s and then they struggle to do things, I think. Either that or it just helps them make bigger Synchros. All of their level 5 canines become level 6s. But because we've got Monster Reborn, we can bring back Cork Shooter. Which means we can make Crystal Wing. That's pretty good. Although, even then, this is, you know, against most decks, modern decks, being able to have, like, 2 Omni Negates and a Monster Negate actually isn't all that strong. Golden hair. They are pretty large bodies. They are. I'll never get tired of that. It's very funny. Pardon me. Want to make it swing for 7,500 instead? Yeah, real quick. What was the other? What does this thing do? This is normal or special. You can excavate up to the number of other winds you control. Add 1 excavated card to your hand. Place the rest on the bottom of your deck in any order. Banish this card from your graveyard. Target 1 level 3 or higher wind you control. Reduce its levels by 2. You have any other level 12s like Quasar? Nope. It's weird. Piper's one of those, like, it's a level 4. Yeah, that's the only problem, is it's another level 4, so, like, unless I banish the Crystal Wing, we ain't getting it. Have you checked out the UR Charmer? I don't have the URs for it. Wind Synchro. Yeah, I often feel like I need another Clear Wing. Why is this a UR? Like, I need another one so that I could go up into Crystal Wing Synchro. I guess I could do it with 6s, though. There's a lot of, like, 6s, and then with Colonel Clackers. Wind Machine Tuner. This is an 8. So if I make a 5 and then get Car Turbo, I can do Kite Drake. Yeah, because this specifically needs a Clear Wing monster. Yeah, let me, real quick, synchros that are wind, that are level 7. It's a float target, yeah. You normal summon a plant or insect. When a monster is destroyed by battle involving a plant or insect and sent to the graveyard, inflict damage. Yeah, so what I need... Oh, I have room for one more. I'm like, what do I have to get rid of one? No, I can just do this. That's probably the best, like, NR one. I mean, I could probably craft a Wind Bell, but that don't really do anything. I guess Wind Pegasus Ad Ignister. This is not a bad thing to happen, or to have. 90% of the time, I'm just going to, like, I'm just going to be banishing it. But I keep finding myself in situations where, like, I can use this, but the only way to get useful stuff is to banish a level 7, and the only level 7 I have remaining is the one that I want to make. So having, like, another level 7 that I could banish off of that, and then just use to make Clear Wing Fast Dragon. One free pull. So you are, chat. Wouldn't it be funny if we got one of the Clear Wings in here? That's probably something I should keep. It's probably something I should keep, unfortunately. Like, it's sad because both of these are like, these are probably good pickups that I should keep. If they ever make me play Ice Barriers, I will need that. It's funny because I was trying to think of, like, this is probably the best level 10, and I'm like, no. You know, after Barone, maybe. Except for, it's probably not as good as Chen Yang. And it's probably not as good as... I'm, like, trying to think of, like, what is this, like, the 5th best level 10 synchro? What are the level 10 synchros? It needs a water tuner. Yeah, like, it's... Barone is number 1. It's what you always make. And then, like, if you don't have access to Barone, you make Chen Ying, probably. Or Chaos Angel, although Chaos Angel does take light or dark. But you don't even necessarily need tuners for it. Also, Evil Chenying might be a good call, but it needs worms. Okay, Dispatter, but that needs dragons. Which I never realized before. Yeah, it's like everything after Chenying requires some specific thing to make it work. Like Ruddy Rose, I don't think I've ever seen someone actually summon Ruddy Rose and then win. I think even though this isn't entirely generic, it's still probably the third best level 10 synchro just because of, you know, requiring lights and darks and not requiring a tuner makes it more generic than requires a water, requires a worm, requires a dragon, you know? Satellite Warrior takes 2 synchros. We ain't doing that. So it's like tied for the 4th best synchro. I mean, you could argue Return 0. That needs a Dark Tuner. Is Return 0 better than A-Grind? I don't get paid enough to think about stuff like this. Okay, so do we include this? The thing is, right, it's where this works is if we haven't used Car Turbo, since we are playing 3 of it, we special summon this, or we get to the extra normal summon, we normal summon this, we excavate like 4 or 5 cars, we hope we get to Car Turbo. If we do get Car Turbo, then we special summon it and we've got a 7. If we're gonna take one out, I think it's Ultra Hound, considering how much, like, how easy it is to search that. We put in the 1 Piper. Were there any other one-ofs that people were playing that, like, we might consider? Malicious Magnet. Decide later on, yeah. I'm like, I still feel like I'm missing something, because I'm like, I've seen people make multiple things, but that really is it, unless I add in, like, the Auroradon combos, right? Oops. I keep going around. I hit everything except for Solo. Which one haven't we done? Light Sworns. Oh yeah, we have done Light Swords. Gone as far as we can go. And this has a negate. Yeah, I do have to grind up the gems and everything. Puts a banish thing back in the graveyard for reuse. I don't feel like that's like a problem. Gelosaurus. Warrior. Who does Warrior remind you of, chat? I feel like there's an anime character who looks like exactly like this. Like the red hair and the goggles. Special summon. Normal summon. Umastrix. Nighty night. Flip. Vanish. Yes. 1/3 of all anime protagonists look like that. It is kind of weird how often red hair seems to show up, like, in cartoons and animes, considering how rare it is in real life. Like, and I'm not even talking, you know, obviously in a lot, there's some animes where, like, people just walking around with blue hair. You gotta have the blue hair. But there's a lot of animes where it's, like, otherwise normal colored hair, and then just, like, bright red, unrealistic red hair. Yeah, Ed from Cowboy Bebop. Wrong head shape. Like, Cowboy Bebop is, like, the character designs are mostly grounded in like, reality or, like, at least, like, noir detective fiction. Like, Spike has kind of messy hair, but he doesn't have, like, stereotypical big spiky anime hair or anything, you know? He's, like, a mostly regular guy. And then Ed just has, like, this bright red fire hair. This one. It's mostly fantasy. What's the point of making it real life? Oh, fuck. Well, you know, I guess it is also good to have a level 4 tuner. Excavate, sure. Sure. Why not? Daiko Duke to summon the dice. Ah, I see. I was gonna be like, okay, we use this. We get Colonel Clackers. We clack it up. Banish that. And then... Why did I think this had a 1 scale? I was like, and then we pendulum summon the red-eyed dice. But we can't do that. We can't do that at all. We don't have any high-level cards. What the fuck? The sun rises. Have a good one, Yami. Thanks for coming on down. Marble is a scale 1, but you don't want it in the scale usually. Yeah. Even then, we wouldn't be able to get the red-eyed die. Normal or special summon, you say? To shreds, you say? Okay. Here's what we're gonna do, chat. Bring a little floppy with it. I can't believe I said that. Comment in the comments if you know what that's from. We are going to go... the 6. We are going to grab you. And... That was what I didn't want. I guess it don't matter, though. Okay, so we're gonna normal summon the red-eyed die. Because its effect does work on normal summon. Cork. Fair enough. Scratch. Now we get this. Okay. Now we do this. Cheat out a clear wing. He's just all like, bat. I'm Batman. We clacking. We winging. We send this. We get another clacker. Yeah, we go here. Oh, why does clackers have to be a tuner? And why does this have to be a tuner? Everything tuner. Reduce its level by 2. Summon a tuner. Banish a tuner. Everything's a tuner. This deck has so many goddamn tuners, chat. Are you a tuner? You are a tuner. What level is Clackers again? He's a 2. I don't know why I'm acting like I can pendulum summon. Too many damn tuners in my field. I just wish that one of them would yield. Okay, yep, we done fucked up. And I was like, Den isn't a... Den is a tuner. That's a tuner. What the hell non-tuners are even in this? It's just... It's just Terror Top, right? I'm not even punished, so I don't even have to, like, learn how to, like, rebuild or anything. Like, I don't even have to do other stuff. I can just blow this up. The AI is pathetic. And Takatomborg, which tributes itself to summon a tuner. Yeah, maybe I should have added... I should have... I already used Takatomborg. Is Takatomborg once per turn? Yeah, okay. Can only be special summoned once per turn by any means. By any means? Horse Stilts is a must-have, at least one of. Again, it's just if it weren't for the fact that we spent like all day looking at lists and none of them were playing it, I gotta feel like it's not that I'm like I need another card. It's that I'm just bad at it. Horse is not a must-have. Yeah, also, we bricked. Or we didn't brick. If we had normal summoned this and then... If we'd normal summon this and then special summon, we would have enough for a 5, which would get us nothing. But we'd turn on the other clackers. Behold! Clacka, clacka, clacka. They've got 2 back rows. I think I just make this. Do I even try? No. We do this. Yeah, let's try this. Buy car. Oh yeah, that was why. I was like, do we just attack in? No, we go for it. We don't. Have a good one, Kumi. I'm on the opposite. Okay, set pendulum scale. We pendulum summoning the clackers and the ghost ogre. Clacka, clacka, clacka. Somehow Palpatine returned. Yeah, we do it this way. Get that out of here. Good night. Have a good one, Astral. I should probably get going here before. I just want to do this and one more. We'll finish up this solo mode. Yeah, I guess we allow that. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. Oops, all clackers. We'll pop that. Okay, good. Nope. I guess pendulum summon. That is enough to make the rubber band shooter. What do you think are the chances they have in perm chat? Like 100%? We're going for you. When Pegasus at Ignister be like, what is my purpose, master? I'd be like, you get banished so I can search. Is that all? Yeah. Yeah, we get this. They simply won't have it. They got something. Let's dice it up. Does Cork do anything here? No, because I don't have any other way. I just make a 7. Right? Yeah. Cork lets you climb. Cork, revive, make a bigger thing. Oh yeah, good point. We make this into a level 6. Then we go into... $11, $10, $9, $8. No, I don't have a level 7 anyway. Okay. Oh, actually, since I have scales, it'd probably be better to make this... We make this, we get the spell trap negate. And then I can pendulum summon this back if there's a next turn. Which I don't think there will be. What do you mean? What was in your deck? These poor bronze players, chat. Like, I know I'm not against the bronze players yet, but I have a feeling this is what it's gonna be like. Except at least they can surrender. My worry is that, like, I'm gonna start doing stuff and they're gonna be like, is this what Yu-Gi-Oh! Is? I don't want to play this anymore. And then, like, Andy dropping Woody to the ground, like the Nightmare. Are we starting in bronze or silver? We're gonna be in bronze. No. I can stop this. Are you sure? Pretty sure. Wow, we just got everything. Extension for days. I think we just grab this, right? And then we clack it up. Never mind. I keep forgetting Colonel Clackers has to banish a card from the graveyard for some reason. Could you imagine, like, society if Colonel Clackers didn't have to banish? So oddly specific. I almost want to make that a meme just to post it in places outside of Yu-Gi-Oh! Because even inside of Yu-Gi-Oh! Spaces, it's such an obscure reference to like a tier like 5 deck that so few people understand. I always like those really obscure memes like that. It's like society if Colonel Clackers didn't have to banish from the graveyard. People would be like, what the fuck is he talking about? 4. Okay, so now I can banish the Taka. Now I can wing. Now I can wing effect. Clear wing is here. Chain link 1, clack attack. Chain link 2, put the trap in the graveyard. Ball on the floor. Airplane. Big man. SpongeBob Big Man Pants okay. What do I do from here? Level 3 non-tuner. Is it possible to make my way into the Clear Wing Rider? I need a wind synchro and another tuner. So duplicate can make RBS. What's RBS? Oh, rubber band shooter. Yeah, this is where I'm trying to think backwards into like... Okay, so in order to make... In order to make a level 10 or level 11, and we need a wind tuner. Okay, so we got a level 2 tuner. We could also have a level 3 tuner because this is a free special summon. So 11, 10, 9, 8, but we don't have a level 8 we can make, or a level 9. Unless... Yeah, how do we make this? We need to make, like, Clear Wing fast and then get a level 4 on the field? Do we have a way to do that? We don't. Through Hagoita? Tribute this, increase all levels by 1. If this is in the graveyard and you control a Speedroid tuner, you can special summon this. Okay. But that only makes Clackers into a level 3. Okay, we can make this into a level 4. But that would only be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then we need another level 2. No, it has to be synchros. It has to be exactly 1 wind tuner and 1 non-tuner synchro. Destroy all other cards on the field. Yeah, that don't do it. Yeah, this thing, it only feels like it's useful if, like, okay, if I've already used this and I can summon, like, a red-eye die, then I can get rid of a spent Barone to make that and then win the game. Or if I have access to a level 4 and a level 7. Otherwise, I think it's just probably Crystal Wing. We've already got a 2, so we just need to make like a 6. And this only lowers the level. Oh, okay. A normal summon Hound. Hound is one of the rare non-tuners. Just send the other one. Then special summon Car Turbo. Go into Yeah, in this case, we gotta go into this. Go into Charge Warrior. Draw a card. Crystal Wing. And then I can Speedroid wheel. I'm wheelie feeling it now. Ow. I didn't like that at all, chat. Is it 2,000? I don't care. Clackers comes down anyway. Yeah, the thing is, right, as much as I'm sitting there, like, against an actual opponent, maybe I would need a way to build the motorcycle, because the motorcycle helps you, like, do a shit ton of damage while also clearing the field. But also, if their back row was anything, they would have just stopped me long before I got that far. Most likely they're gonna have nothing. Like, I'm sitting here trying to be like, do I need to get like a wind level 8 or a wind level 7 into here? Is there even room to stuff such a thing? Cloud Castle? Yeah, like I'm not buying a Stardust, chat. I guess Excel Synchro would be the way, right? And then if I have the ability to make an 8, I can make an 8. I think this is just gonna be something that, like, these more advanced lines are gonna be once we get to, like, the main if we go to the main account. Because again, I'm not sure how many people are still here from the beginning of the stream, but we're going to be playing this on the Jankmas account because there's not enough build variety to make a run in Diamond interesting. I think the only way we're going to have fun this month is if we make progress, and the only way to make progress is to start lower than Diamond. I don't think bashing our head against the wall and, like, changing out different hand traps is going to be very fun. That being said, it's possible I'm surprised. It's possible this deck is better than I expect. But if that's the case, because it's so cheap to build, I'd be willing to, like, you know, we start in silver on the Jankmas account. If we run our way all the way up into Diamond, then I'll switch over to the main account and I'll build it on there. And then we can make use of all the tech cards that I have on my main account and do it that way. I thought the Wolf card was also a Speedroid. No. It's a Stellar Wind. There are no Speedroid level 8s. You probably have most of this. Let's check actually real quick. Fuck. I should have taken a screenshot of that before I left. Can anyone, like, rewind the stream 5 minutes and take a screenshot? And then upload it to Imgur? You know what? Never mind. Kite Drake is a level 8. Doesn't Kite Drake, I'm trying to remember, does that take a Synchro monster? Because that would be the problem, right? Is that, like, in order to make the motorcycle, we need to make it with a Synchro monster. And if that synchro monster also has to be made with a synchro monster, we don't have enough materials to go up into it. It doesn't require a synchro as material. Okay. Oh, why thank you, Remster. That's very kind of you. It's very kind of you. Also, it's a very small picture. I think I could still make it out. It's like I really don't want to be mean. Cuz I am thankful for it. But part of there's the part of me in there like, what is this, a screenshot for ants? How am I supposed to read this? Control and scroll up. Make bigger. Oh yeah, I know. Control plus, control minus. XD. I keep getting more friends. Oh, that's another thing I should have done, Chad. I could probably... I don't know, is there anyone who happens to be here who hasn't played Master Duel in 30 days and would be willing to do the code on my Jankmas account so I can get this deck? It's a little bigger. Oh, well, thank you. Again, I appreciate it. And I'm sorry. I don't mean to be like, I could still do it with Remster's thing. It's just funny to be like, ah, how excellent. I can make this work. I've got an alt that hasn't, but I can't get to it now. Yeah, I'll just remember next time. I got 3 SR packs. Oh, it's from the thing. This is what I get for the code. Do I even care? I have a whole year to get them. They don't expire until 2027. Yeah, it's fine. Let's see if you can make me care. Okay, yeah, we were gonna check this real quick. Okay, so we were going to... Well, first of all... There we go. Okay, so 3/3, 1 Den. We could probably get this down. A lot of people were playing like 2 and 2. Or even 2 and 1. One of that. I had Stilt Source here. Three Marvel Machine, 3 Clackers, 1 of this. Probably go down to 1 of this and 1 of this. And then what's the... Oh yeah, we could play like 3 Imperms. Play like, There we go. And fuck it, you know, I have so many SR points, it's fine. Crazy to think after 4 years that there are any NR cards that I haven't pulled yet. Yeah, so the only thing... Yeah, this is fairly generic. Okay. Thank you again, both of you, for giving me that, that thing. But yeah, the only things I would need to play this now is 2 UR points. Or, I'm sorry, 60 UR points. We need to get Clearwing Fast Dragon and Over Synchro Dragon. And, like, I can trade these out for, like, Dominus Impulse. Or, I'm sorry, Dominus Purge. If we wanted to. We could play, like... We could play, like, the Stardust Excel package with the Stardust. We could go into Satellite Warrior or Stardust Warrior. We, of course, got Auroradon. Oh, Lion. You can get 30 dust there. Where? Habakiri. On March 1st. Okay. So it's not yet. Yeah, so it would not be hard to build this, and we would have more options for what we want to do with it. And we still have a whole bunch of gems from playing through the event. Time Travel 2012. Ooh. Hololive. Fuamoku and Biju are returning to the fight. You know, I'm not like the biggest Hololive fans, but it does kind of surprise me that of all the people they could have gotten to play Yu-Gi-Oh, they chose Fuamoko. Like, why not pick someone where it doesn't take 2 of them to have like 1 brain cell, right? I don't even think like Fuamoko fans would be like, what? No, they're brain geniuses. They're really good at strategy games. That's like not what they're known for or what they're into, right? Like, their whole thing is that they're kind of like goofy goofballs. It's like, I don't know. Mori's playing Skull Servant, so I'm rooting for her. Yeah, I'm glad they got more people. I know nothing about these people. It is always weird talking about VTubers because half of the people are like, you know, they're sitting there and they've got like a whole wall full of memorabilia, and they're like, I can't believe you would say that about her. And the other half are like, who? I'm VTuber stupid. Yeah, Fuamoko are, they're a pair of sisters. It's actually 2 different people, I think they might be twins because they often like finish each other's sentences. They have very, very similar voices. And they're VTuber, their avatars are dogs, like dog girls. And they really go into like what would be the word? Like the theming, right? Like there's some VTubers where they're like Eros is like, yeah, I'm a penguin, whatever. I don't do anything penguin-like. And then there's others where like their avatar kind of affects how they act. They're like in characters. LARPing, yeah. And so they're very much, they've got this almost like excitable puppy attitude. Where like they're all like, yeah, let's do it! We've got it! Haha! I'm so excited. I'm gonna do the thing. The thing is gonna be great. They're playing a character, and their character is like, we are two puppies who are just excited about the world. They're rascally goofballs. Like, if their avatars could do it, their tongues would be like hanging out and they'd be drooling everywhere. And I don't think it's a slight to be like, they're not the brightest people, because that's their character. Their character is supposed to be that they have more enthusiasm than intelligence. I was today years old when I learned that LARP stands for live action roleplay. You're welcome. I always wanted to do a LARP. I thought that would be fun. Yeah, and then they got Mori and Neressa. She's the one who sings really well, right? You have gained knowledge. But yeah, they lead with Fuamoko. Big caps. And she was there last time, or they were there last time, and it's like, I feel like you may not be the best ambassadors for like this kind of game. Mori's the singer. She's like a rapper. She's got more of a, I would say almost like a tough girl attitude. I don't know how that goes with like games though, with like this kind of game. Neressa's on Lunalight, bless her heart. Jibu. Yeah, I think I mentioned before, on my regular YouTube, I have all recommendations turned off. I have all channel history turned off. I don't get any recommendations or anything. But whenever I switch over to Raw Hardleg to upload stuff over there, I haven't bothered to turn off everything over there. And so, like, on a whim, I watched, it was like 2 years ago, I watched like a couple like VTuber compilation clips or whatever while I was waiting for something to upload. Because what was it, when HoloLive first launched, HoloLive English, I was like a little more interested into it. Like, I watched a couple Ame streams and Gura streams back in the day. I remember, even before the English launched, Kurone and Hachima were really funny. Seeing like the compilations of them dubbed into, or not dubbed, but subbed into English was interesting. And I fell off after about like 3 or 4 months of that. But I over there on the Raw Hardleg channel, I'd still just, it's all I get recommended. And I just get, I was like, well, you know, I guess I'll see what they're up to. But now it's been completely overtaken by Neurosama. Can you somehow teach me how to play this game? I have no idea how to play at all. I don't play at all. I do play Magic though. The unfortunate thing about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is like, it's so fucking complicated. There's actually been a kind of a running theme the last 2 years in Yu-Gi-Oh! Where various content creators have tried to make a video that's like, how to play Yu-Gi-Oh! And in each case, it's been like an hour long, and it's, you know, they make it and they're like, I feel like I've covered the basics, and there's all the comments are just full of, you completely glossed over this, they have no understanding of how the battle phase works, They, you know, missing the timing, problem-solving, card text. Have confidence, Mario Death Noises. No confidence, yeah. Classic VTuber. But yeah, it's like if you tried to ask me to start from the beginning, I'm actually, my strategy right now is I'm getting a bunch of friends of mine to learn the game by making a show where I have them play, like earlier versions of Yu-Gi-Oh! Against each other. And so it's like the only way, I feel like that's the only way to learn Yu-Gi-Oh! These days, is to find at least one other person, preferably a group of people who are also interested in learning Yu-Gi-Oh! And playing some kind of limited series. The biggest recommendation, or the most obvious one, is a progression series where you basically start in like the first set of Yu-Gi-Oh! And open a bunch of packs and then slowly work your way through the years. Because the thing about Yu-Gi-Oh!, right, is that it's an eternal format. Every card, with the exception of the stuff on the ban list, every card that's been released since the game started is legal. And the whole game has just been building upon it. I could have maybe taught you how to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Taught you how to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Sounds wrong. This is the greatest plan. I don't get the reference. Comment in the comments. Remster says they'll teach you. Yeah. But, yeah, I think in 2014, I could have taught you how to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Decently. But these days, so much has been added in the 10 years since then that, like, the best thing I can do is be like, start in 2014 and build up. At least that's how I feel. I am curious, chat. Is there anyone in chat who thinks I'm being a little over dramatic? How did you all learn Yu-Gi-Oh! If you learned it? Because for me, it was a long process of, what was it? I did deck build challenges with a couple friends of mine, where we had dueling book where you could play all the cards, and I'd be like, let's try to make a deck with only 0 attack monsters. And that gave us an excuse to sit down and read all the 0 attack monsters to try to make a deck. And in that way, we slowly learned the card pool bit by bit. You know, if I was like, let's build one using only dark monsters, only fiend monsters, let's only do warriors, let's only do spellcasters. We had a thing where we played every structure deck as it was released in chronological order. So we started with like the Yugi versus Kaiba structure deck, and then worked up and got like all the different, the zombie versus warriors, fire versus water. Download an emulator and play the GX and 5Ds game. I've been playing since '04. Read the rulebook. Watch a full stream of Farfa teaching Raren how to play Sword Soul. Watch the anime. It does give you a little bit of basics. Learned it around GX as a kid. Actually learned shit in like 2016, right before Lynx fucked everything up. Yeah, that does seem to be a lot of people, like, if you have the Game Boy Advance game where you can, or not Advance, but any kind of Game Boy game that simulates the real game, then you can play that in kind of a low-stakes environment, like in solo mode against an AI, and then kind of build up your skills and confidence that way before breaking into the actual game. I mean, to be fair, the solo mode in Master Duel at this point is pretty robust. If you wanted, you could probably get a pretty decent experience by legit, like, download Master Duel, it's free, log in, and just start going through the solo modes. This won't give you, like, an updated modern meta experience, but you do get to try, like, 100 different decks to see how the playstyles work. And they do teach you some, like, basic combos, they give you some cards. You do get to understand how everything works. The Game Boy ones are a struggle bus. Infiltrating the airship. Is that a show? I've never heard of infiltrating the airship. Yeah, the one thing I will say, if you're coming from Magic the Gathering, the way I've played a little bit of Magic, I've been getting into Commander. Henry Stickmin. Ah, I see. Yeah, I've been getting into Commander, so I don't know exactly what, like, standard Magic is like exactly. Commander is the best format. The two things to understand about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is that basically in Yu-Gi-Oh! Every deck is like a hyper-specific tribal deck. You know, you aren't playing like a blue-black deck. You aren't playing like a green deck that's kind of based around X mechanics. Every deck in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is made up of what we call archetypes. So, like, for instance, this is a Megalith deck. You'll notice this guy's name as Megalith Fool. You also got Megalith Ophiel, Megalith Haggith, Megalith Bethor. All these cards say Megalith in the title, and if you look at, like, the effects of these, it's like, discard a card, add 2 parentheses Megalith monsters. That means you can search anything with Megalith in the title. Or, yeah, in the card title. 2 Megalith monsters, a level 4 or lower, and a level 8 or higher. Now, there are cards in my deck that aren't Megaliths. There are generic tech cards that are meant to beat the, play against, like, the current meta threats. And there are cards like, Diviner of the Herald that don't mention Megalith, but they are specifically support for ritual monsters, which is what the Megaliths are. Standard Magic is just Commander without the Commander and like 20 life. But the deck building I feel like is different because you can have 3 ofs, and because your deck is, or 4 ofs, you can have 4 copies of stuff and you're playing a 60 card deck in a much smaller format, so I feel like there's more of a game plan if you're playing Standard, right? Because instead of relying on like Commander's very much like top deck whatever and see what I run into, unless you're playing like a competitive Commander deck where you're full of tutors and moxes and draw cards and you're trying to do like the same combo every time. Most of Commander, especially in a more casual format, is just like, see what the hell I get. But yeah, in that case, and yeah, that's to say, I've seen people build like green decks, even in like Modern, where it is still like, it's like a green deck, you know, not everything is going to, you're not expected to play everything is like a merfolk or everything is like a cat person. So how was Speedroids? It was alright. But Yu-Gi-Oh! Is like, you know, this is a Megalith deck. Here's a Mimighoul deck. I'm playing like 3 Mimighoul. There's Mimighoul Dragon, Mimighoul Archfiend, Mimighoul Fairy, Mimighoul Slime, Mimighoul Master, Mimighoul Maker, Mimighoul Dungeon. Like, more than half of my deck is specifically cards with Mimighoul in the name. And there are, I think, like 1,000 archetypes. They're constantly making new archetypes. Usually when they release new cards, it's themed around, like, 3 new archetypes have been released. There is more of a game plan. Can you kind of explain the game as you play? Yeah, I guess I could play a duel. Let's play against the Fire King deck. Let's see how this goes. Yeah, so the two things, one, everything in everything in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is kind of based around these tribal groups. The second thing, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is super fast. Prohibited? What's prohibited about it? Oh, I don't even have the Speedroid deck built on this one. Let's do the Megatron. I don't really want to do Megatron today. Generator? Can I play pure Generator? No. No, this deck has a bunch of banned stuff. Fuck it, I'll just play Megatron. It's the newest one, I still kind of remember. Going first, yeah. Yeah, so Yu-Gi-Oh! Is basically, like, you take so many actions per turn. I would say 1 turn in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is equivalent to, like, 4 turns in Magic, usually. Okay, so this guy, you can reveal it in your hand. Your opponent cannot activate cards in response to Megalith ritual effects. This is very powerful because on the first turn, since there's no cost, they will have a lot of cards and effects, at least in a modern deck, that can interact with me. The first turn is not like a setup, or it is a setup, but like, it's a setup where your opponent can try to stop you. But this will at least insulate some of my plays. Let's go Manju. You get 1 normal summon per turn. This is the one we're doing. Normal summon, add any ritual monster from your deck to your hand. In this case, with what we've got, I think what we want to get is Ophiel. Yeah. So this is a ritual deck. Rituals, these blue cards, generally how they work is you need a monster to summon, a ritual spell that will complete the ritual, and you need to tribute monsters who have the same or equal level. Megaliths are weird. They break that format because instead of having a ritual spell, the monsters are also the spells. This guy says you can discard this to ritual summon a Megalith. So we're going to do that. We're going to discard this from our hand. We're going to summon Ophiel. And we're going to offer this card in our hand as tribute because it has 4 stars. Ophiel, when it's ritual summoned, add a Megalith monster from your deck to your hand. We're going to get Fool. This wasn't the best way to teach someone. It's what I had available. So this thing says, during your main phase, you can activate this effect, ritual summon a ritual by tributing monsters from your hand or field, including this card. So this is a ritual spell on the field. Activate it, we're going to ritual summon Fool by tributing itself. Fool summons. If this is ritual summoned, target a ritual in the graveyard, add it to your hand, and this card's level becomes that level. So we're going to add the one that has the highest level. Fool says, during either player's turn, that's what the quick effect means, ritual summon a megalith from your hand or deck by tributing monsters. So we can use the one we just got and summon Haggith from the deck by using the thing in our hand. That has 8 stars, which is more than 4, so we get Haggith. When Haggith is summoned, we get to search a megalith spell trap, so we can get for Anastasis. We're going to activate Anastasis. Oh, I can't use it. Okay. I messed up a little bit, but that's fine. This is like the other level 4. It can be used as a ritual spell on the field. We're going to get Fulak, 4 using 4. Okay. When 2 effects activate simultaneously, they go on the chain. Or on a... Yeah, they form a chain, which is what Yu-Gi-Oh! Calls the stack, essentially. Unlike the stack in Magic, you can't, like, choose a point in the chain where you want. Everything has to be the next chain link on the link. So you can only respond to the last thing that happened. So in cases like this, where you have 2 effects, one of which is going to grab something out of the graveyard, and one of which is going to draw me cards, I will activate the draw effect first, and then the add effect second. Because there's stuff in their hand that might be able to stop the draw if it was the last thing that happened on the chain. But it wasn't, so I get to add back, and then I get to draw 2, discard 1. And we'll just get rid of this. This thing can ritual summon out of the graveyard. So we're going to bring back that Haggith we had earlier. The Haggith search effect is not once per chain, or once per turn. So we can grab this trap. Traps are like the unique thing of Yu-Gi-Oh! Traps have to be set, and then can only be activated once your opponent's turn starts. Anytime after that, you don't have to do them during your opponent's turn. You could do them during your own turn if you want, but you have to wait at least 1 turn. Unless you don't. Some traps are just like, fuck you, I can do whatever I want. And then you have the extra deck, which is also the other main thing about Yu-Gi-Oh! You can think of this kind of like a command zone that has 12 cards in it. At any given point, you have access to 15 cards. At any given point, you have access to these 15 cards, which you get to choose from. The different colored cards have different summoning conditions. Some require numbers of monsters or specific monsters. Some require specific levels. Some require you to stack 2 cards of the same level. Some require tuner monsters. Most decks revolve around using your extra deck as a toolbox to get a selection of boss monsters to fit a certain situation. Almost every deck in Yu-Gi-Oh! Summons some kind of extra deck monsters. Some are focused around one kind, some around multiple kinds. This is one of the few decks that doesn't really use the extra deck a lot. It ritual summons instead. But I do still use the extra deck. I can send 2 non-link monsters to the graveyard to make IP Masquerena. She has arrows that point down. IP Masquerena says during your opponent's main phase, quick effect, you can link summon using cards you control. So we have a bunch of other link monsters that we can now make during the opponent's turn and use their effects then, by sending away the stuff we have. She also has ears that point up, yeah. Sort of like a command zone fused with a side deck. Usually in Magic, you can't reach into your side deck during a duel. Unless you can. I do remember, like, I have one deck where I was reading through, like, the cards, and they're like, grab a card from outside the game, and I was like, what does that mean? And they're like, that means you can get into your side deck. There are no cards like that in Yu-Gi-Oh! Okay, so I've ended my first turn. Alright, they've activated Fire King Sanctuary. This lets them get Fire King Island, which is a very strong card for them. Yeah. Okay, so I do not want them to have access to Fire King Island. Can I stop that? Yes, I can. So what we're going to do is use Megalith Emergence. No, we're not going to use Emergence. So, okay, you remember this can ritual summon... Fuck, what do I have in my deck again real quick? I forget which version this is. I don't have two. Okay, yeah, we are going to use Megalith Emergence after all. We get Emergence. This lets us summon one out of the graveyard during our opponent's turn. But that card is shuffled into the deck if it would leave the field. So we can summon back this guy. We can use IP Masquerade's effect. And we're going to link summon SP Little Knight using Haggith and Masquerena. If this was summoned using a Fusion, Synchro, Ixie, or Link monster, I can target a card on the field and banish it. So I used a Link monster, so I can banish the Fire King Island before they have a chance to activate it. Yeah, and when it's banished, it destroys all the cards on their field. This is a monster that can negate the activation of a monster effect by destroying a card in their hand. Fire Kings are a bunch of monsters based around death and rebirth that, like, get effects when they are destroyed. It is before the end of the main phase. Okay, so they're going into the battle phase to try to beat over the Little Knight, because the Little Knight does have a second effect that might hurt them. Battle phase. I'm going to wait until damage calculation and activate this set card. This is a quick play, which means it can be played on my hand like a spell at like sorcery speed, or it can be used as an instant during the opponent's turn if I set it. So we can activate this now. This allows us to send a card from our hand and then negate a monster and have its attack. By doing that, after they've declared their attack, they can't stop the attack. And they crash in. Unfortunately, they were still destroyed. If a card is destroyed, you can activate this. If this is summoned, you can get a card from your deck. That allows them to get Fire King Island again. And this time, I don't think there's anything I can do to stop that. Fire King Island can destroy a card they control to add a card from their deck to their hand. Garunik says if a fire monster was destroyed, they can summon this from their hand. I think we need to try to nip this in the bud if we can. I think Bethor is the best we can do. Okay. So we're going to try to ritual summon now. We're going to get... They don't really target, do they? They might. No, I think we still go for Bethor. Okay, we summon Bethor by attributing the Phaleg. So that summons, and then at the resolution, this says if this was summoned, destroy cards your opponent controls up to the ritual monsters in your graveyard with different names. Fortunately, they kind of like to be destroyed, so this isn't as useful and they can protect it. More importantly, this says, if you ritual summon a Megalith, you can either draw 2 cards and discard a card, or sacrifice a monster your opponent controls. So we're going to use that effect, because sacrifice is not the same as destroy. And we'll use this. We'll try to destroy you and you. And fuck it, we'll destroy you as well. We'll try to pop everything. We do. And then Anastasis tributes this one. That's fine. Okay. We got out of everything. Fire King is a cool deck. Fun to play against. And so, yeah, at this point, the game is, like, pretty much over. Yeah, if this was destroyed, it comes back to their hand. They can't do anything with it, though. We will Megalith Emergence. We're going to summon this back out. We're going to use this effect. We're going to summon this out of the graveyard. No Triplura is a negate. We're going to draw 2, discard 1. Awful. Just awful. Do I have... No, Phaleg's in the graveyard. Unfortunate. And that don't work. Do I have... I do have this. Now just the plan is to come up to say, yeah. Tribute one other Drytron monster, yeah. So we can do this, we can tribute the Drytron in our hand to summon the Drytron from the graveyard in defense position. That allows us to add a ritual. Yeah, this is another archetype that happens to work with rituals, which is why I've included it in here. It's a whole other thing to explain. It's kind of an advanced deck, even among advanced decks. The Drytrons have a ritual spell. They let you tribute, or they let you summon rituals by tributing monsters whose attack exceeds the attack of the monster. Most rituals use the levels, these little stars up here, but Drytron uses attack instead, which is why they all have 2,000 attack. So we'll use this. That'll allow us to get Ophiel by tributing this, which has less attack. Ophiel will get us... I guess we just take Araton. 69... Oh, I should have grabbed the other thing. Do we have a link that gets us out of this? 22? Oh, I haven't used this effect. Oh, wait, okay. Use this effect. We summon this guy from the deck, using the level 4 in our hand. Fool and attack is lethal, it's not. This and attack is lethal. Okay, now we're 89. Although, you know, now that we have it, why stop there? Oh, I can't ritual from the graveyard. I wanted to... I guess I already did that. Okay. It's fine. We're at enough. So 37. They've got something. Special summon 3 fire monsters, 1 beast warrior, 1 winged beast from your hand, deck, and graveyard, but their effects are negated and destroy them during the end phase. I will negate that. Chain Link 2. Chain resolves. There you go. That's a game of Yu-Gi-Oh! We made it to turn 3. But so much stuff happened in that turn, you know? There was a lot of back and forth. There was a lot of, like, they activated something and I had to respond to it. And the AI is notoriously bad in this game. In an actual duel, despite everything that I had, all the different abilities that I could activate there, I would probably not have had enough to withstand. We probably would have gone to like turn 3 or 4, or they would have killed me on their first turn. Would you like to play Magic with me? No. Sorry. I don't have any program to play Magic. I don't really feel like downloading Cockatrice. Also, in general, like, if I dueled with every person who came in and was like, would you like to duel? That I would never get anything done. Oh, gee. Oh, jeez, Rick. Yeah, to be fair, I probably, like, you know, to be honest, I probably shouldn't have spent all that time trying to explain it. I like to be, you know, I like to be nice, I like to explain things, but, also, like, most of my audience already knows all this. I don't know why I got, like, one guide in chat. Want to duel me? No? Good. Me neither. My decks are evil. Yeah, I mean, we still got most people. To be fair, it is really late, too. It's like after midnight here. I should get going. But, you know, hopefully you enjoyed that weird thing at the end there, chat. And hopefully you're excited for Speedroids. Hopefully we got some Speedroid people. Here, let's do a little poll before the end of stream. Are you excited about Speedroids? Yeah. No. I'm fine with whatever. Smile. Speed! And yeah, that's for the Magic player. Speedroid is behind the power curve, to say the least. It's never been a great deck. But, my patrons decided they wanted it this month. Every month I climb the ladder with a different deck chosen by my patrons. Sometimes they are generous, and sometimes they're like, I want to see a deck from, like, that was, like, mid-tier, like, 2 years ago. And I just have to be like, well, you know, the show must go on. I gives the audience what they want. It's fine. I'll get something nice next time. Looking at the poll, though, it seems 3 for yeah, 2 for eh. Only one person on no. Dragon Ruler would be a sick climb. It would. It's also out of date, but, like, at least it got new support. It got support in 2025, which made it the same power as some 2020 decks. Yeah. That's the unfortunate, like, the meta in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Is, you know, now that I think about it, it's really weird, right? Because the meta in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Is one-card combos. Or one-card starters, I should say. It's hard to call them a combo when they're one card. But you get your one card, it does all the things, and then basically you want your hand to be 2 things that can start your combo. Like, you need 2 one-card combos, because hand traps have the ability to stop them, and your opponent's most likely going to have a hand trap for your first attempt. So you want to have a backup, so you can get started even if you fail. And then the rest of your hand, you want to be the cards that stop your opponent from doing their one-card combo. Speedroids, they do have a one-card combo now. You know, they can make a negate. Like, they have one card that makes a negate if it gets interrupted. And if it does get interrupted, they have extenders where it's like, if you do already have a wind monster on the field, like if they didn't remove it, you can kind of do the same thing you were going to do anyway and get that one negate. The weird thing about it, right, is that the difference between having a one-card starter that doesn't get interrupted and having 5 extenders in your hand is you can make 2 more negates. Like, there's a lot of modern decks, right, where it's like, yeah, you have your one card starter, but if you happen to get like all starters or all starters and extenders, and they don't stop you, then you end up making like a board that has like 5 disruptions on it, and your opponent can't possibly play through it. But Speedroid doesn't really have that kind of ceiling, right? Because all their boss monsters are so expensive. It's like, if you're uninterrupted, you can only add 1, maybe 2 more boss monsters onto the pile. I'm really liking the shift to turn 0 decks. Yeah. I mean, that was the logical place. I'm just curious, there are, you know... It was easy in 2014, when decks were getting faster, to be like, well, the end game is going to be the 1-card combo on turn 1. And now that we're getting to the point where decks have, like, the ability to play during the opponent's first turn, so that you're immediately just like, I'm going to try starting with this, and they'd be like, well, I'm going to try starting with this. And you just kind of go back and forth. I don't know how it can get faster. You can't really go beyond turn 0, yeah. I think the only way to go from there is to just, like, give them more, basically more floating effects. Now, it looks like we got 4 people say they're excited. That's enough for me. One day you will look at someone and you both will know who won without playing. Yeah. Well, I mean, that happened, like, early on in Yu-Gi-Oh, you know? Did you see the turn 0 synchro FTK? Yeah. To be fair, that's also like, yeah, your opponent can interrupt it fairly easily if they have any kind of disruption. And it does rely on them, like, it's kind of telegraphed, because you do have to make an extra deck monster first. And most extra deck monsters are going to do something to stop your opponent. But it is crazy that, like, yeah, if you build an extra deck monster that searches and you don't, like, have any other kind of thing to stop your opponent, they can just kill you before their turn starts. But yeah, it's one of those things. There are earlier formats in Yu-Gi-Oh! Where even though the game wasn't as fast, you could just kind of like show each other you and your opponent reveal hands, and it's pretty easy to be like, okay, you do this, I would stop you, but then you've got 2 more things, and if you do that, that, and that, then nothing in my hand is gonna be able to stop it. I would have to draw exactly this card, and then you, like, pick up the top card of your deck, and you're like, that ain't it, so you win. I had friends during Infernity format, where it was Infernity versus Exodia, and that was how they played the game, was like, they'd shuffle their decks, and then they'd just put their hands onto the field, and kind of like, okay, if you went first... It was Infernity versus Deep Draw Exodia, and the Exodia deck was like, if I went first, and I had a good enough, like, all the right draw cards, I could draw my entire deck and get to Exodia before you could stop me. And the Infernity player was like, if I didn't draw my Garnets, and you didn't draw, like, Effect Veiler, then I can build a board that has 4 negates, and if I negate 4 draw attempts from Exodia, you're not going to have enough gas to keep going after that. And then it was like 1 in 12 hands they would draw, and they'd be like, huh, you drew one of your Garnets, so you can make a half board that has like 2 negates, and I didn't draw everything to draw. Like, I would have to, it's going to depend on what I draw and what you negate. And so then they'd be like, okay, let's actually play this out. But that's one of the things that I forget who it was, where they're talking about one of the things about Magic the Gathering is that oftentimes it does have that same inevitability, but because the games have inherent, like, slowness to them, because you can only play 1 land per turn, because you have to like draw the lands and everything. It's not apparent, but they're like, what you could do, right, is put down your hand and then draw the top 5 cards of your deck and play them down in order. And if you did that, you could probably determine who would win the game. So it was already like, you know, when you shuffled your deck and sat down, the series of plays that you were both going to do were already like determined that like, oh, this guy would win. You just didn't realize it until turn 5, right? Because you can, especially now that I've played Magic, it's very easy like, okay, there's not a bunch of decisions being made on turn 1. If you have a land, you play it. If you have a 1-drop, you play it. And then on turn 2, do you have a second land? You play the second land. How many 2-drops do you have? How much variance is there in that? How many tutors are there? Because if you don't have any like tutors or anything where you're reacting with your opponent, the only logical play is put down the second land, play your 2-drop. And depending on what the opponent's 1-drop is, it's probably not worth it to attack them. Even if you do, it's not going to do enough damage. Almost all Magic is like waiting until you have enough to do 20 or 40 and then just doing it all at once. How good are decks that are just full of 1-drops? Like in Commander, you can do a competitive deck full of 1-drops, I'm pretty sure. Or like 2-drops. Like, it's not like something that, like, there are specific decks that are kind of built around that. But there are absolutely decks that are like, yeah, all I do is sling a bunch of like 1-drop spells, and then maybe they have a commander that lets them recycle or use stuff out of the graveyard. One of the big things in Magic has a lot more ways to like cheat stuff than Yu-Gi-Oh does. In Yu-Gi-Oh, it's a lot of like, this is the cost. Yu-Gi-Oh doesn't have a lot of cost on their spells. You know, a lot of spells are you activate it and it does the thing. Your monster comes out does the thing, but there's no way to cheat it. Magic is like, oh, this costs 7. But if you get it in the graveyard, then you can, like, flash it back. Oh, this lets you play this from your hand without paying the cost. And then you have a thing that says, like, if you play a card, you make a copy of it. And then another thing makes a copy of your copies. And then you go, like, infinite. Cheating something out is way more broken in Yu-Gi-Oh! Because everything's almost already free. Yeah, I mean, I did this, I did this last time, but just to show real quick, for people who are curious, the few who are still here. That's the wrong one. This is the green deck I've been working on. Oh. Oh, where's it at? Why can't I grab it? There we go. Which is based around this guy. This is my commander. This is the one, basically in commander you have one card in your extra deck that you always have access to. And then everything else is, you have a 100 card deck and everything else is a Highlander. It's a one of. But this card says, at the beginning of main phase 2, if this card is tapped, put a permanent card from your hand onto the battlefield. So it just cheats shit out. So all this deck is like ways to get 4 mana, which is how much this costs, 3 generic and 1 earth, 1 green. Like, get this out as fast as possible, have some way to tap it, and then just have a bunch of shit that, like, searches big dudes. there's not as many, like, search cards in Magic, and most of the search cards, at least in green, kind of have this stipulation of, yeah, you can search something, but only if it has, like, 7 mana, or it costs, like, 12 mana or something. But that's all this deck is. And, like, this, even though it's green, it doesn't lock you into greens. So, like, turn 4 or whatever, I can summon this thing, tap it, main phase 2, drop Bright Steel Colossus. And then I've just, like, won the game, essentially. Because this guy has, Trample, Infect, and Indestructible. Infect is the big one here. Infect is basically, this card does not deal damage in damage. Instead, if it would deal damage to something, it puts poison counters on it. A poison counter gives it -1 attack. If a poison counter would go on the player, it doesn't, like, remove their health or whatever, but it stays on them, and if they get 10 of them, they lose the game, regardless of what their health total is. So, basically, if I attack directly with this, you take 11 poison damage and lose, even in Commander. The mono-green Commander called 6, it's ridiculously strong, yeah. And it has Trample, which is essentially piercing. So even if they do have something to block it, you know, let's say whatever they have has like 4 defense. That's like a pretty solid for like a defender that you could get within 4 turns. Like, that defender would take 4 of the damage, and then the other 6 would go to the opponent. Or no, the other 7. And that... Those poison counters don't go away, so next turn you're dead. And it's indestructible, so you can't destroy it by battle. You have to, like, banish it. If this would be put into the graveyard from anywhere, shuffle it into the deck instead. But it came back. Yeah, so it has these really big things, but there's just, you know, just cheat it out. Just crazy that just put a permanent onto the field. Like in Magic, in Yu-Gi-Oh, that feels the equivalent of being like, if this card during the main phase 2, if this card changed battle positions this turn, summon any monster from your hand ignoring its summoning conditions. Like Crimson Dragon? Yeah, kinda. Crimson Dragon is the extra deck, but at least you have to jump more hoops through. Granted, in Yu-Gi-Oh, what would if let's say they had that effect, what would be the target? What's the thing that like you cheat out, that you ignore the summoning conditions? Like MTG doesn't have the extra deck though, yeah. I'd still have to get it to my hand. I'm trying to remember what's... Oh, it's... Sophia, Goddess of Rebirth. Cannot be normal summoned or set. When this card is summoned, banish all cards from both players' hands, fields, and graveyards. Cards and effects cannot be activated. I mean, this would just be a hand loop. I guess you could get this in your hand. During the main phase, discard this card on a Nekroz spell your opponent can't summon from the extra deck during this phase. Is Holsecti? No. She's not like a legal card. He's so despondent, chat. When your opponent would summon a monster, negate the summon, banish that monster and all special summoned monsters the opponent controls. That's pretty good. While this card, summoned this way, is in the monster zone, negate all rituals, fusion, synchros, ixies, and links. If this card, in its owner's control, left the field because of an opponent's card, banish all face-down cards in the extra deck. What about Zushin? I always forget what this guy does. Must be special summoned. Unaffected by all cards' effects. If this battles a monster, the attack and defense become equal to the current attack it's battling plus 1,000. Yeah, so it's just a towers that always has 1,000 more attack. It's hard to out, but not impossible. That's pretty awful. Veda Kalakaram. What a wonderful phrase. Once per turn, if your opponent special summons a monster from the extra deck, banish 12 cards from your hand, field, or graveyard. It becomes the end phase. Fuck, I've never read this guy before. That's hilarious. He's just like, did you summon out of the extra deck? Fuck you, your turn's over. I've had enough of your shit. Alright, that's enough of that. Move along, move along. Divine Neos. Can't believe they made this thing with this art that requires 5 Neos monsters, and its effect is banish a Neo and it gains 500 attack. It can become a 3,000 beater. There you go. Rainbow Overdrag. Oh, this is a fusion. Gate Guardian. It also gains the effect. Oh my. Tierra. Shuffle all cards into the deck except this card. From each of your player's hand, field, or graveyard, and pendulum monsters in the extra deck. Okay, so this is just Sophia, but bigger. What about Vinamanaga? What about her? She ain't doing anything. Yeah, you know what? Now that I'm actually looking at it, summoning something ignoring the summoning conditions is not all that great. Maybe out of the extra deck, but even then a lot of them would like have to be ritual summoned or whatever. Main deck? Yeah. Extra deck? No. The thing is, like, in order for an effect like that to be good, the monster you summon would have to like win you the game almost, and there's really just not a lot of cards anymore that just like win you the game when they're summoned, even in the extra deck. Okay. Anyway, we've been here far too long. I'm gonna get going.